Rambabu sir, good morning.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Sir, NRC Guntur responding, sir.
Sir, okay, sir, audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, NRC Kadapa responding, sir.
Sir, good morning, audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Sir, NRC Nellore. NRC Nellore, please respond. NRC Pillay, please respond. Sir, NRC Pillay. Sir, your voice is not audible. Some disturbance is there. So, okay, sir, but some another sound also coming. Key sound is also coming, sir. Please rectify that. NRC Srikalasi, please respond.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, madam. ఎన్ఆర్సి పీలేరు మీకు నిన్న నుంచే సౌండ్ వస్తుందండి మొన్నటి వరకు బాగానే ఉంది ఒకసారి చూడండి ఎన్ఆర్సి కాకినాడ ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్
Sir, yes, sir. Good morning. Yes, sir.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are you clear, sir?
ఆడబుల్ సార్
Okay, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Ma'am, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Okay.
Yeah, you can say audible, ma'am. But
Okay, good.
within 5 minutes, we will start the session, ma'am.
No problem. No problem.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you.
SRR, please respond. NRC Vijayawada. NRC Vijayawada, please respond.
సార్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ విజయవాడ రెస్పాన్స్
సార్ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఎవరు రాలేదు ఇంకా
వస్తున్నారు.
ఎవరైనా బయట ఎవరైనా ఉంటే లోపలికి వచ్చామని చెప్పండి. ఆల్రెడీ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ ఇస్ వెయిటింగ్.
ఓకే సార్.
Ma'am, Asha Verma, ma'am. On behalf of CCE, we welcome you, ma'am, for last day, that is in batch 3 session, TOT session in on English medium of instruction, ma'am. Ma'am Deksha, ma'am, good morning. And please introduce Asha Verma, ma'am, to our participants, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. So thank you all for joining from all different locations. Welcome, Asha ma'am, for today's session. I will take a moment to introduce Asha Verma to everybody. So Asha is a seasoned product engineering professional with careers in top MNCs and is passionate about mentoring and career guidance. She is also the EXO founder of Upland, a career guidance platform. We are very fortunate, ma'am, to have you here. Thank you for addressing everybody. On to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Deeksha ma'am, and a very good morning to all of you. Am I audible? You able to hear me?
Audible,
Yes?
ma'am. Audible.
Okay, great. So very warm welcome to all of you. Sure, you would have gone through multiple different sessions and there's been different learning. Today's topic is super interesting. Do you all sort of know what's the topic? Okay. Now, I will introduce the topic with one just slight experience that we also. Where is our mind right now? Where is your mind? Is it very much here, or is it thinking about something else? It probably could be thinking about, oh, I need to go back home. I need to do this. I need to do that. Yes, no kind of thing, right? Or this is not what I want to do sitting in the class right here. I probably would want to do something else, you know. So a lot of these thoughts running in the mind, but at the same time, we probably don't have a choice, but we have to sit in the class, right? So there are conflicts of thoughts running in our mind, isn't it? How many of you say yes? Yes. Conflicts of thoughts running in the mind. Okay. And we have an interesting topic today, which is conflict resolution. Okay. How to resolve conflicts. You know, the easiest way to resolve conflicts is first, we learn to resolve the conflicts in our own mind. We learn to resolve the conflicts with our own self, okay? And we will see those couple of things that are coming. And once we become expert in resolving conflicts within our own minds, within our own self, we become experts in resolving conflicts between people, okay? So we will just experience that, right? How are we comfortable telling our mind, hey boss, we need to sit here, sit in this class, we need to listen to everyone. Sorry, we need to sit in the class, we need to be 100% attentive, we have to get some learning out of today's class. Are you able to train your mind to listen to this? Are you? Yes, the first thing, it'll all start with that only. Okay, so teaching your mind, hey, there is a conflict of thoughts, there's a conflict of ideas, but we need to sit here and be available, present in the class to learn, pick up some learning about it. Okay, so let us start with this interesting topic. Personally, my favorite. I've applied this learning in my workplace. I work in corporates and I've applied this learning in workplace. And personally has benefited me not only at workplace, but you know, conflicts happen everywhere, be it workplace, be it home, be it classroom, be it our own self, you know, it happens. So we're going to get a few tips out of this class to see, you know, how we can, how best we can handle the conflicts. So are you able to see my screen, the PowerPoint presentation that I have?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So let's start with this. Okay. All right. So we will, so I want to make it very clear. End of the session, we will not become experts in solving conflicts. Okay. But what we will do in this 1.5 hour session is we will just learn a few practical tips, you know, how to resolve conflicts. Okay. these are some tips that you can really practice in your day-to-day life and apply them. And actual learning is only going to happen when you apply them. Okay, not when you're sitting in a class and learning. Yes, we learn these tips, but the application will only make the learning more and more stronger within us. Okay, so let's start with, we all know what's conflict, right? But when I Googled Wikipedia to see what is a conflict, what's the definition of a conflict in a scientific manner? So I got this definition. So conflict is a struggle, it's a clash of interest, opinion, or even principles. It's a clash of interest. Very easy definition of conflict. Clash of interest, clash of opinions. Somebody has a different opinion. Somebody has an opinion which is very different from yours. So many times, our mind thinks that person is wrong, right? Okay. Probably they have a valid opinion, probably because based on our limited knowledge, we think that opinion is wrong, or maybe absolutely that opinion could be wrong. And there'll be conflict of principles, okay? Like some people will say, principles are one that identifies human being, right? That's a, okay, so when you look at a person, what do you say? You say this person is honest, okay? This person is won't accept anything that's non-justice, right? This person is a social activist. This person is a smart person, right? So has a balance of um, um, honesty, truth, and at the same time, when you need to be really smart enough, and just take some support of maybe not a truthful path, then that person is sort of a mix of both of these things. So people have different principles, right? So that's where there's conflict happen because everybody has different interests, different opinion, different principle. It will always be found in society. Can then ever be a society without any conflicts, without any different thoughts? No, it's not possible. It will always be there. So the first step towards resolving a conflict is accepting this line that conflict will always be found in the society. The moment you accept this, you have solved the conflict 50%. Okay? The moment you accept this, you've solved the problem 50%, solved the conflict 50%. Many times we are just not accepting that there is a conflict. We need to train our mind to say, okay, there is a conflict of interest, there's a conflict of thought, maybe my friend has different opinion, I have a different opinion. That acceptance, if the mind has it, half the battle is won. Half the battle is won. Okay, so it's going to be always found in the society. Okay, conflict it may vary, be it personal, be it racial, be it class, caste, political, international. It will be all sorts of conflicts you're going to see in life, in society. You need to have that awareness to understand, to quickly understand or quickly know that this is a conflict. And if you can even categorize, oh, it's a personal conflict, it's a racial conflict, it's a caste, it's a political conflict, so something you're able to categorize, that's even more better. And once you learn this, so then we move on to the next steps. Okay, first important is awareness that there is conflict. So what we're going to do this is we're going to also learn like the 4 steps to manage a conflict, to resolve a conflict. The first step itself is the big step, which is conflict management, which is understanding the root cause, why the conflict is happening. Okay. Awareness is why it's happening. Acceptance is super, super critical. Okay. Awareness, step one is awareness. The moment you're aware there's a conflict, good. Step 2, understanding the root cause why there is a conflict happening. Okay. Third thing, accepting the conflict. Yes, there is a conflict. Okay, what do I do next? That's when the mind starts thinking about solution. If you're just stuck emotionally, right, in the conflict, then the mind cannot think what I need to do next. So managing your emotions is super, 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 super important. And how do we manage the emotions? Very simple. You all have done the yoga and you've learned, many of you have learned the Sudarshan Kriya, probably some of you wouldn't have. And if you're not, you should learn it. Great way to manage your emotions. Empathy, understanding others' viewpoint. He is understanding others' viewpoint. Okay, why is this person saying like this? Let me put myself into that other person's shoes and understand why is it like this, right? And the fourth step is very easy. Creating a positive impact is conflict resolution. From negative energy to positive energy in that whole conversation, in that whole interaction is resolving the conflict. That's the end state that we want to achieve. If we do all these 3, this is already done for us. Okay. All right. So I'm going to stop here and see if you have any other points that you would like me to cover in this session. I'm going to stop here and just I want to hear from y'all if there's anything that you would like to cover in this session. Okay, so let's move on. So the first step is managing the conflict. Okay, now how do we manage the conflict? First of all, understanding, being aware that there is a conflict that's happening. Be able to pick up that this is a conflict. From a conversation, from an interaction, from an exchange, from a communication, pick up, is it a conflict? Understanding that. Now look at this picture. Just look at it for a minute. What do we observe from this picture? Different mindsets, madam. Different mindsets, absolutely. Electronic
thought processes in their mind.
Exactly. Different thought process. So just imagine this gear wala mind is going to talk to the mind of the person who has all flowers and drawings, nice, beautiful drawings. How will the communication be? How will the communication be, when these two people are talking? When the person which has a gear mind talking to the person who has a flower mind.
Yeah, the person with the gear mind is mechanical and the person with flower mind is artistic. That they are different.
Absolutely. So how will the communication be? Is it going to be easy?
No.
Yes. There will be for sure conflicts, right? There will be for sure arguments because this person's mind is so mechanical. Absolutely rightly you said, sir. And this person is more artistic. It's like the left brain and the right brain mindset talking to each other. There are actually many sessions where we there are sessions, or maybe you can just go to YouTube and look at a person, learn the skill of how do you identify or how do you know what kind of a person this one is when you're interacting with people. So there are a lot of cues, the style in which people sit. You must have seen that in communication skills, the style in which they talk, the examples that they share, the points that they bring out tells what kind of a person that is. Okay. So obviously these two people are going to have conflicts. Is it wrong? So can the mechanical person say, oh no, this person doesn't understand anything. He's stupid. Doesn't understand science, doesn't understand logic that I'm trying to say. So does that mean that this person is stupid? No,
No.
no, absolutely no, because this person, his style, his wiring of the brain is more artistic in nature. So same way, when this person is talking about arts, talking about, hey, it should be like this, it should be like that, then, this person, so obviously that person say, oh, this guy is stupid, doesn't understand. What are the colors? Stupid? No, we will not label anybody like that. Accepting people, not accepting, understanding or accepting the fact that every brain has different wiring. So this is the first step towards conflict resolution. Understanding this, that people have different thoughts, different ideas, different principles, different interests, different everything. Types of conflicts. Another interesting, you know, thing is like the types of conflicts, right? So conflicts, it can be like just between people, right? It can also be between man versus nature, which is what? So COVID was a great example for man versus nature conflict, right? Was in any natural calamity is a great example for this kind of scenario. This is another one, the conflict within our own self, right? The 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 you know it's in our own minds, we have like um, uh, different thoughts, different ideas. So yeah, so uh, once again, yeah, it's just, sorry, screen share was disabled. Yeah. Okay, so another one is another example, like this conflicts within societies, right? So those are also another situation of conflicts. So what does this picture say?
Family disputes.
Yes. Why does it happen? Why does it happen? No, not only children, but we will always have. We see our biggest problem is these are simple arguments, but what we have labeled them as family disputes. Okay, it's not arguments are healthy. You know, it's important to have argument. But what we have generally done is whenever there is an argument within the family, we between two people in a family, we've simply labeled this as family disputes, okay, which is not correct. See, we saw this. Human beings have to express differences. Why? Because everybody's mind is different. Within a family, the person who goes to office has a different mind versus the person who's sitting at home taking care of the house activities. The mindset is different. So that is where whenever you have different set of thoughts, the should express their different ideas and thoughts. And we generally, the label is okay, whenever there are difference of thoughts, difference of ideas, we label them as arguments. Now, what happens at home? We really don't have the energy, capacity, or the bandwidth to get into an argument phase. We don't have that time. So we generally try to avoid that. So being a wise person is going to allow the conflicts to happen, but as long as they are healthy conflicts and they are in control. What do you mean by healthy conflicts? A healthy conflict is conflict which is in control. For example, if you are having an argument or a discussion with someone, right? Not the discussion, argument, anything, any communication you're having with someone, if there are conflict in thoughts, conflict in ideas, conflicts in perception, if you are aware that there is a conflict and you know your limits when to stop, and you don't treat the argument as a winning or losing game, then it's healthy. Most of the times when we have arguments, we want to just win over. Oh, I am right, you're wrong. I am right, you're wrong. If we continue in that mode, then it's out of control and it's not healthy. Okay. Why conflicts occur? Look at these. Look at your hand, everyone. Just look at your hand. My video is not on or what? Look at your hand. Look at all the 5 fingers. Just watch it for 30 seconds. You can turn and also watch. Watch 30 seconds, your fingers. What do you observe when you look at your hand to all the 5 fingers?
All are not equal.
All are not equal. Okay. What about this? This person has all the fingers same.
All are equal, but some efforts he will do that. I think
Mm,
so.
yeah. So you must have heard this in every language. You must have heard this as especially parents would have heard that all five fingers are not same. And in what regards do they hear this?
They talk about their children.
So say so example is very nice. See, all five fingers are not same, so which means all your children are not going to be same. The elders will teach a new parent, not very new, but at least a parent when they have two children, minimum two children. All five fingers are not going to be same. Now this saying is so powerful. It means it means everything about conflict resolution. Means that everybody within the house, your own two children or three children or how many ever children you have will not be same. Which means what? You learn this lesson in your family and go out and apply it in the world. Even in the world, no two people are going to be same. So it's a lesson we learn from home and we need to apply it in the world. That's not going to be same. You're in college, you have professors, your fellow professors. Everything's going to be same. The concept that like-minded people, I like to live with like-minded people, I like to be in the company of like-minded people, is a false notion. Because in some cases, you will see that the thinking is aligned. In some cases, it's not going to be aligned. Yeah, we cannot always be with people who are absolutely not like-minded unless you're super spiritually, you have a good control in your mind, you can engage or interact with such people. But even the people whom we think are like-minded, with them, we can get into arguments, we can get into conflicts. It's possible. And it is not possible, it will happen. So imagine if all the fingers are same. Imagine if all your children are same. Imagine if all your relatives are absolutely like-minded. Let's watch a movie now. Imagine we're watching a movie. You're sitting in a theater. You've bought you've gone to Inox movie theater. You paid $400 per ticket. Bought that 400 rupees wala popcorn. You're sitting inside the theater and watching a movie. And in the movie, there is a hero, there's a heroine, there's a family. Everybody's super nice. They're the best people on the planet. They're having a good romantic life, and then they get married. Then they have a nice life. They're just going here and there, enjoying. Everything is there. You've gone with your family. Each ticket was $400. So 4 people ticket, 1,600 plus 2 popcorns, 400, 400. Another $800, 2,400 rupees. You've sent on the movie and you've come out. And the movie was absolutely perfect. Family scene, perfect. They had fun. They went out here and there. They traveled. They did this. They did that, and it came out. How would you feel after watching such a movie?
Boredom.
Why?
Because We want, you go for the entertainment, there is no entertainment, common normal life is seeing on in that picture. So
Exactly.
absolutely boredom will come.
No entertainment. Entertainment happens only when there's masala. Red chili powders there. To balance that, there is salt. You add some sour taste.
Entertainment happens when there is a conflict or difference of opinion.
Exactly. Exactly. So imagine if God made a world like this. Everything was nice, 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 nice. Yeah, nice tree, nice people everywhere, nice everyone. Everybody's nice. There were no conflicts. There was no conflict. Then what will you do? Sorry. So imagine if everything was like a nice movie, then life would have been so boring, right? So same way, if our fingers are all same, life will be boring. It'll be dull. It's going to be uncreative. It's going to be unproductive.
If all fingers are equal, you cannot work with that hand. It will become
Exactly.
ineffective.
Exactly. So we always need masala. Masala is difference of opinion, difference of interest, difference of everything. We need that. Okay. So appreciating the diversity. Appreciating the diversity. Celebrating diversity. You know, I've traveled to many countries and I'm so proud of India. India is so diverse. Even if you go within a state from one place, maybe north of Andhra to south of north of Andhra to south of Andhra, east of Andhra to west of Andhra, you are going to see difference in culture, difference in the food that's being prepared, difference in the style of the Telugu language itself will be different. The dialects will be different. But if you look at the big India picture, diversity, yet we are one. That's what Narendra Modi was also talking in his recent visit to United States on the Yoga Day. Yoga Day was such a great event to bring everyone together. Bring everyone together. Appreciating diversity. How many of you feel now proud of India that with so much of different culture, with so much of differences, difference of people, difference of thinking, difference in styles, difference of personality, everything, but still we are one India. If you feel proud about it, just clap your hands. Celebrating diversity. Which means what? We are accepting that there will be people with different minds. There will be people with different ideas, different thoughts, different interests. We are accepting that. But look at the planet that divine has, the universe has created. The planet itself is so diverse. There's human being, there are different animals, there are different plants, different fruits, different flowers, different types of water bodies, ocean, lakes, rivers, waterfalls. So much diversity God only has created, divine has created for us to enjoy. You know, there's a saying that nature is a great teacher for us. So we have to learn from nature that everything will coexist. Everything will coexist. But it's not going to coexist in a peaceful manner. That also we need to accept. Except it's not going to be peaceful. When you're in a jungle, you know, all the animals are fighting, you know, there will be fights because it's the law of existence. Whoever is weak is not going to exist. Whoever is strong will exist for some time. That's the law of nature. Accept it. This is the biggest thing. Once you understand that there are conflicts, there will be diversity, there will be differences. Make your mind open to people, open to thoughts, and open to their different interests, different desires. Make your mind open. The moment you make your mind open to accept, you won the second step of conflict resolution. What is meant by open to accept? Okay, this person is bringing a new idea, new thinking, new opinion. Okay, that's all acceptance is. Moment you say your mind, okay, your mind is ready to listen and accept it. Your mind doesn't go into a fight mode, okay? We need to get our mind away from the fight mode to an awareness mode. Oh, this person has told me like this is absolutely wrong. It's against my ethics. It's against my principles. Blah, 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 blah. Don't have that fight in your mind. If you have the fight in your mind, it also shows outside. Accept it. It's there. Example, a great example, you're sitting in, especially if you're in Bangalore, traffic jams. You know, many people I see sitting inside their cars. I'm in my car. I'll see a lot of people sitting in their cars yelling, cursing, honking,
I'm
constantly
sorry to
honking.
disturb you, ma'am.
Hmm.
If you are too open-minded, don't you think that you are into troubles?
Okay.
We are supposed to be open-minded. There is no doubt. If you are too open-minded, don't you think that you are into troubles?
I am saying open to accept that people have different thoughts. I'm not asking you to submit to them right now. I'm not asking you to, if you, I'm not, so we have to understand the difference between open mind and open to accept. Okay. Open mind is, the mind is absolutely, you know, open and you're just accepting everybody's. I'm saying accepting the fact that there will be different people, there'll be different thoughts, there'll be different interests, there'll be different desires. Listen to them. Listen to them. And of course, you need to take your decisions.
Ma'am, I think listening is okay. Listening part is okay. But
Mhm.
accepting is nothing but taking their thoughts and interests and desires uh, and their opinions granted, no, ma'am?
Okay, we'll come back to the styles.
Listening
No,
part
1
is
second.
okay. Acceptance is only the problem.
Accepting is in your mind that, yes, this is a person has a different thought. That's what it means. Telling your mind that, okay, okay, for example, you're interacting with me.
Sorry
Right?
to interrupt you, madam. There is a difference between accepting and agreeing. You can accept, you may not agree.
Exactly. Exactly. You don't have to submit. That's what, agree. You don't have to take that forward. Accepting is preparing your mind that yes, this person has a different thought. Okay. And it's okay to have a different thought. Am I agreeing to it? Do I want to follow it? Is my choice. Is that clear? Do I
I'm
want to
not
follow?
completely convinced. I'm not completely convinced because unless you agree, you can't accept. That's what is my opinion.
Okay. Okay.
I'm
Okay.
not completely convinced, man.
Okay.
I'm
But
sorry to say this.
No. We are having a good discussion. I like this healthy, it's a healthy argument. Okay.
Actually, we are demonstrating what we are discussing, madam.
Exactly. Great example. Okay. So we will come back to this point in when we are reviewing the conflict handling styles. We'll come back to this. If I forget, you please bring this up point, sir. Okay. All right. So I'm going to park this and come back to it. Okay. All right. In the interest of time. Okay. Otherwise, okay. Now, so we saw the first step was understanding the fact that there will be conflicts happening all around people because people are diverse, their thinking is different, their minds are different, their interests are different, and all of that stuff. Okay. And open to accept, meaning that don't make your mind so rigid that, oh, this is not acceptable at all. It's so accept in the sense that just prepare your mind. Yes, this person has a different set of thoughts. And you stay cool. This way you will calm your mind, keep your mind calm also. Okay. So now the next step is exactly, do I need to agree to this difference of opinion? Yes or no? And in what styles, what are the 5 different styles in which I can agree or disagree? What do I do now? So see the second step, when I said acceptance, is you look at the people, you look at your discussion, you see that there is difference of opinion, difference of interest. Now, third step is, how do I handle that? How do I handle that now? So we will learn in this 5 different styles of conflict management. So the first style is accommodating. See, if we handle the conflicts in a scientific way, then we have a better control. But if we don't handle in a scientific way, but if we handle it in an emotional way, then it's not in a good control in our hands. Okay, so this is what we are learning how to handle in scientific way. So one of the 5 styles is accommodating. This style is simply about putting other parties' needs before your own. So basically, you're allowing them to win and get their way. This is one style of handling. So what are the pros and cons? When you don't care strongly about the issue that the other person is having, then you can simply accommodate. If prolonging the conflict is not worth your time, then you simply accommodate. Okay, boss. It's like you many times we do this, oh, boss, you are right, I'm wrong. Okay. So you decide if you want to use this style in some situations. That is where. So you decide, is it worth the time that you're spending on this conflict? Is it worth the outcome? What will happen if you win this conflict? you'll feel good. But is it worth the time that you're going to spend, engage yourself throughout this whole conflict resolution process and become a winner? Is it worth the time? Or is it so important topic that we need to do it? Classic example is, you know what, many times, you know, we're watching TVs, okay? Nowadays we use social media to make our posts. So a lot of social media posts will just come up. And the nice thing about the post is you can also share your comments and opinions. Some people will make a post. Some issue would have happened. I remember when the government started this initiative, inducting youth into army. What was that scheme called? I forgot that scheme called.
Agnipath.
Agnipath, yes. It was a scheme that's launched by government. In my own house, we had an argument on that scheme. My father was telling me, oh, this is not correct. What a stupid way of doing it, making the youth die in an early age, all that he started telling. So he had a difference of opinion. I was pro because I said, I've traveled across the world. In every country, there is a rule that boys have to serve in military after 18 years. Only then they can join college. It's there in Singapore, it's there in US, and there in many countries. So I started giving him these facts. Still, he did not. So I spent 10 minutes on this. Then I realized it's not worth this time. Okay. I said, yes, you're right. And I left it. Because in the end, I said it's better to make my my father happy and be happy rather than me just arguing. I have my views, but it's not worth my time actually. It's just not worth my time. So I just left it. But what is the flip side of this when you do this in the office space or anywhere often? If you keep doing this often, people will think you are weak. Using this technique with larger or important issues. Now many people, you know, do this in important issues. So it should be avoided. So again, use your judgment, use your mind when you want to use this style. We will talk about all the styles, but when to use what style depends on your situation. But what you can do is you need to see many times when we are into argument, what happens is our awareness decreases. We get angry, we get emotionally captured. No, you told me like this. That's why we see people even get physically fighting and all that stuff, right? You have to have a good check of your emotions. If your awareness is high, then you are able to quickly change your style, adapt, understand the situation. Judging the situation and taking the right decision is what you need to do. So accommodating is one style. Second style of this one is avoiding. Ignoring it. This helps us have a cool down or a trust period. Okay, and build the trust in the exam. Suppose if there's a conflict, somebody in the office is coming, you know, and sort of, you know, saying a junior is coming and reporting some complaints, is probably doing some things, you know, not correctly or so forth. In typical IT industry, what I do is that person is not doing something correctly. and I want that person to learn. Okay, I tell him or her once in a while, twice, still they're doing it, I allow them to do. Because I know they will learn when they fail. And I know what they're doing will lead them to failure. I allow them to do it because they have to fail and only learn. Today's younger generation, your children, you will especially, what they are doing is not going to help them be successful, but they will not listen to us. How many of you felt this at home? They will not listen to us. So best thing is to allow them to fail faster.
Madam, here I have one thing to say.
Yeah.
My parents have same opinion when I was a child, and I have the same opinion on my children, because the competition and the work environment which we do is different from my parents, and for me for my children. So definitely the circumstances they are facing will be different. The competition they are facing will be different. Same thing happened to me when I was a child. My my parents used to think that I cannot do anything, I cannot survive. But I am surviving here. But I am thinking same with me. I am worried about my children. Definitely they will survive. They will learn in the process.
Yeah, but you need to have that little, with the children, I would say you need to have that limit point. To what extent you can allow them to be failure. If you really see them going in a wrong direction, right? Absolutely wrong direction. Then it's your first, you cannot avoid such conflicts. You have to take action on it. You have to stop it. However you stop it, you have to stop it. Right? So certain things. So again, it's your judgment. Like for example, okay, the child is not constantly studying, right? And like, for example, it's 12th grade and the child is still not studying, not serious about, okay, they will get low marks. Okay. You've done your best. You do your best. But worst case, if the child still has not, for example, if the child has failed, still that failure is tolerable. But on the other hand, if there's a situation where child is getting into wrong company, wrong substances, then there you cannot sit and avoid conflicts, ignore it. No, you have to sit and take action. So it depends on what level of failures we can allow, some, especially with our children, even with our students, what level of failures we will allow, what level of conflicts we are going to ignore. It's not in the case of students or children, but it's generally in any case of anyone. What level of conflicts should you ignore and what you should not ignore? That is your judgment. So for example, like, some of the pros of this is like when there is people getting this Agnipat scheme came, people became very agitated. Some groups, some communities became very agitated. But the government did not do anything, just ignored them. At that time, the best strategy was to ignore them. And after some few days, everybody forgets. And some issues like these will get resolved automatically. But if you use in the wrong situations, then this technique will make conflicts worse. You will see.
Here I have an example to quote. This happened really in a classroom situation. One teacher was teaching about vitamin deficiency in a classroom. She was teaching that the deficiency of vitamin A causes night blindness. Student asked, "What is night blindness?" And teacher answered. Then some other student got up and asked, "Ma'am, if you have deficiency of vitamin A, this is the problem. If you have excess of vitamin A, will you be able to read in the night without light? Then what is the situation of the teacher, ma'am?
That is see, in this kind of question, does the teacher need to really answer or facilitate a discussion? Somebody is just making it could be an intelligent question, or it could be a question that is a prank. So how I would, for example, deal this kind of situation in a class is, hey, that's a great question. Let us all discuss this. Because you know the answer that you know very well the answer. Okay. You know very well the answer that whether you have a high vitamin A or less, I mean, if you have high, then obviously in the night without the light, the human eye cannot read. The teacher needs to be smart enough to divert this. Hey, then tell me who are all the create the living beings you can see in the night. Why is it that they can see in the night? What is it? Uh, ask a lot of questions back to the students and make them think. Get them into a healthy discussion. Form groups and quickly handle this. The children will only answer. See, here you got your answer. Many times as teachers, what we when children are asking such questions, or we should facilitate more group discussions among children. Then that way what happens is students will start thinking. Typically what happens in the classroom session is students are in a listening mode. As long as they are in the listening mode, their attention span will be very short. But if they are doing healthy discussions, group discussions within the classroom, group projects, everything group, or somebody, you just have to be using different teaching skills, and again, there are plethora of teaching techniques. You have to be awareness what technique to use when. Did I answer your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. See, today's student thinks I am smarter than my teacher. And I tell you it's not wrong. Because whatever we are teaching in the classroom is all being taught on internet, YouTube. Yes or no? Everything is there. Chat GPT, if you have not used it, please use it. That's the AI, the new artificial intelligence platform. It's going to give you everything. Whatever you want, question you ask, they'll give you answer. But please don't go blindly because the answers will not be correct. So we need to change our styles of teaching. Same Mahabharata, same Ramayana, same Bible, same Quran, same everything. But the way it has to be taught in the current situation, in the current times trending, has to be different. Not like some movies, when new Hindi movies come. That is a very bad example. Okay, will not follow that. But what I'm saying is, whatever we are lessons that are there in our subjects, in our books, those topics are which have been continuing to be in our books for many years now. Okay, we haven't completely changed our syllabus. Yes or no? Have we changed completely our syllabus? We're still learning same Newton's law. We're still learning same Einstein's, theory. We're still learning. Those are still continuing for years and years. But the way it has to be taught in today's time is little different. Same formula, same theory. Style is different. Styling is what we have to be skilled about changing. Compromising. Middle ground. Typically bargains. we learn the skill of compromising when we are shopping. We start with shopping, negotiation. You go to a market, especially in Mumbai or Delhi. Delhi, when you go to Chandni Chowk market, moment you walk, you know those guys are so smart. Okay, the shop, they will have a shop on the street, but they are very smart to look at a person and understand and tell the price. So I'm from Bangalore. I just went once to Chandni Chowk market and I was shopping. They could see me and gave a very marked up price for a dress actually. And I'm from Bangalore because this is what it's he charged me 3,000 rupees, 3,500 for a dress. And I was told by my friends, oh, when you go to Chandni Chowk, you should bargain. So I said, no, in the Hindi style, I said, no, bhaiya, give me for 2,500. They said, no, Didi, it's got this, that. This. Okay, fine. I said, okay, 3,000. Then he said, okay, let's come to middle ground, 3,000 rupees. I gave and I came back. Now my Delhi friends laughed at me because 3,000 also was too much. But we generally came to a middle ground. So compromising is coming to a middle ground. Shopping is a very simple example that I've looked at, but there'll be many situations where we can resolve conflicts using the style of coming to a middle ground. It can also set a stage to a collaboration down the road. And I'll talk about what is collaboration. Allows both parties to feel heard. So in this scenario, the flip side could be no one leaves completely happy. It's called a win-win situation, but because you will have to let go some of your thoughts, some of your points, some of your feelings, and the other person might feel, okay, I'm doing good. I made this guy agree to this. Compromising is again a skill coming to middle ground. Some people might feel, oh, I sacrificed so much. That's a flip side. I'm not saying this is wrong or right. Okay, I'm saying this is one technique. Competing. It rejects to compromise, doesn't allow others' viewpoints, to be heard, my way or the highway. Some dictator kind of a style, person with that kind of personality will not listen to anybody. Now, when is this style useful? When would you use this style? When it comes to, for example, principles, right? Somebody is telling you to do something which is against your principles. You can outrightly say no. Or sometimes we have to be firm. Example, right? Especially during COVID times. The situation about the exams, offline, online, all of that stuff. And every teacher, every school knew if it is it's online exam, then all children are going to copy. So initially, few days we gave online exams, but as slowly COVID was opening up, we knew that my own son sitting at home, 11th grade, was copying and writing the exam. I'm telling him, don't do this, but they're not going to listen. Everybody did that. But luckily, after some time and the situation just opened up, they said, no, children have to come to school and write. No, nothing doing. They have to come and write. They have to come and write. If they don't come to school and write, they get 0 marks. They are absent. That's it. So some places where you really have to be strict and get the control of the situation, you have to use this style. But sometimes people say you're authoritarian or whatever it is. You'll be looked at like this. But you have to be carefully judging, is it the right approach? Is the right style to use in this scenario? You have to take the decision. You cannot always just be. So you'll be seen as authoritarian, I mean, that's how people perceive you. But it's your judgment in what scenario this style will be applicable. Lastly, this style is very much used in companies, corporates nowadays, collaboration style, right? Two companies or two groups of people will come together in a room and try to create a resolution for a conflict together. So collaboration style. But the problem with this is what's a flip side? It's time consuming. We have the first meeting, we collaborate, we come up with some things, then they could during that time itself, somebody will get into some sort of argument. We may want to stop. This should be a time box activity. Half an hour means half an hour. Don't increase length, because the more time you're spending, then again gets into arguments and everything, right? Then come back next day, meet again, till together we are solving problems. Here we're trying to solve the problem together. The advantage is it leaves everyone happy, because everyone's ideas are heard together. You'll usually need a mediator, when you're collaborating, telling you. So you are in the mode of solving problems. So these are the 5 styles of handling a conflict. Remember, the first step was understanding. Of course, we know why conflicts will happen. So that much of knowledge we have. So that is gone. First step is accepting that there is a conflict. Having that awareness, there is a conflict. Okay, now what do? I need to apply a style to handle this conflict, to manage this conflict. So these are the 5 styles: accommodating, avoiding, compromising, competing, and collaboration. Which style do I need to use in this situation? Your brain should think that. So quickly, your brain should be able to analyze the situation and be able to use, okay, this is the style that I'm going to use in this situation at this time. This is the right thing to do. That decision making should happen in your mind. I'm going to stop here and take any questions on the styles before we move on to the next topic.
Ma'am, when you are confident that whatever solution you have is the right solution, is it always necessary to follow the collaboration technique and make others also happy? When you are confident and practically proved that you are right, is it necessary to adopt the collaboration technique and make others happy to
Give me
avoid
one.
the conflict?
This very generic question. Now you ask me with an example.
Ma'am?
You ask me the same question with an example. Example
With an
situation. Yeah. Okay. So the way I will answer your question, sir, is, so your question was, is it, if you are confident that your solution is right, is it necessary to get into collaboration to make others happy? Right? Is that your question, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It will very much depend on the example scenario, the situation. So I will not say that this is always to be done, or I'm not going to say that this is never to be done. There could be 2 examples here. It's all example situations driven. For example, let's look at situation. Situation is your classroom situation. In a classroom situation, you're talking about a concept, you're talking about a theory, explaining a theory. That great example, somebody said vitamin A deficiency, right? If you take more vitamin A, will it increase? Will you be able to see in the night? It's a great example. And you know that you cannot see in the night. You're 100% right. You cannot see in the night. Great example, great situation where you get into a collaborative mode with the students, get them also into thinking, make them build that ecosystem, you solve the conflict. But in the situation where you are going to see that you are right and the other person, some student is absolutely wrong, or a child is wrong, or some person is wrong, it's your principles. then you don't collaborate. There's nothing to collaborate. The style that you need to use is a very authoritative style. It's a competing style.
No, ma'am, when the teacher is teaching about vitamins,
Mm.
She teaches about the vitamins, the deficiency and consequences of deficiency, and the teacher will have the knowledge about excess of the vitamins also. So the teacher can confidently answer the student that deficiency of vitamins cause some problem, and excess of the vitamins also cause this some problem to you. So you have to take required amount of vitamins only. This is what the knowledge a teacher is supposed to have when she enters into the class before delivering the this topic. So when the teacher is confident that she can answer the student, then what is the need to adopt the collaboration technique and make all others happy?
No, I agree. I agree. But the teacher can also, like I said, in this situation, there could be, you can handle two styles, right? Either collaborative or competing. Teacher can confidently, authoritatively say, no, if you take an overdose of vitamins, then it's going to cause a problem. Can do that. But suppose you see a situation where the child is simply throwing this question, somebody who is a very noise maker, somebody who is very different, a person who just wants to trouble the class, right? Now, this will be a great situation where you tell them, okay, let's do collaborate and get the answer. And make this person give more responsibility, accountability, and make that person also change, meaning that, give some accountability and responsibility to that student, so that next time the student learns a lesson, doesn't sort of disturb the class with such kind of questions. Rather you put some responsibility and handle that situation. So that's what I'm saying, sir, that there is no written formula that you have to use this only. No, depends on your situation.
Okay, ma'am. Hope I didn't come up with any conflict here.
No, it's not I don't think so. We got into, but see, if you didn't bring this question, sir, if you did not bring this question, we wouldn't have appreciated the fact that we need to be having a judgmental capability within us, which style we need to use when. And these examples are healthy discussions.
You may.
Okay. All right. So the other important thing is knowing the styles, but at the same time, we need to also manage our emotions. Why do we have to manage our emotions? Because what happens is when we are too much involved in the argument, so too much involved in solving the problem, right? Too much involved in proving our point. In conflict resolution, we get stuck in proving our own point, correct? You try to look at facts and figures and everything to prove your point, correct? We end up doing that, okay? So we need to learn also to manage our emotions. Are we really going above and beyond and trying to prove? And at some point we lose our control and we lose our emotions. We've seen, conflicts. We've seen this happening in parliaments. We've seen it happening in all the assemblies where people really lose their control. And we've seen people have gone physical. Our politicians have gone physical. Haven't we seen that? Right? Our leaders have gone very physical, because they are in the verge of, I am right, you're wrong. I am right, you're wrong kind of thing. So managing our emotions is very critical. And how do we manage emotions? We all know the skill to manage our emotions is, we've already learned, yoga and meditation. You keep doing this, you learn the skill to manage our own minds. And then empathy. Empathy is what? Empathy is understanding others' viewpoint. Now, empathy is not sympathy. Please don't mix these two. And we should never be sympathetic to anybody except understanding others' viewpoint. Why is this person saying like this? Let me try to be, when you are in the classroom, a student is saying some things, which is conflicting. Put yourself into the shoes of a student and say, why is the child, try to think their viewpoint. Why is the student trying to say that? And that's a great way to start using. Then you can make a judgment what style you want to use. Empathy, how can we empathize? Active listening. We saw that. Understanding people, knowing more about people, with whom we are working on. If we just do first 3 steps, which is conflict management, which is accepting, keeping an open mind to accept that, yes, everybody will have difference of things, different ideas, different interests, different points, different everything. Manage your own emotions means your frame of mind is very positive. And when you're in a conflict, you need to be able to decide which style you need to adapt. And on top of it, if you're able to empathize with the other person, understanding why that person is having this kind of opinion or why that person is behaving like this. Like, for example, the same question, can you see in the night vitamin D if you take more? You see the situation, oh, this person is a genuine question. This person has a genuine question. Or this person is simply troublemaker asking this question. The style will completely change. We don't want to label our students troublemaker, but we know that this is what it is. We need to bring that student out from troublemaking zone to being more contributing in the class. That way we can help such students. But I tell you, such students are very, very intelligent, very sharp. They have a lot of energy. If we channel that energy in the right way, then they can do wonders. But such students will take away a lot of your energy also. They'll take away a lot of your energy. So again, you have to decide how much time you can invest on such students. So once you keep doing this automatically, we want to say that, finding a peaceful solution to their dispute is what conflict resolution means. Means creating a positive impact, creating a positive energy, positive environment. Then, and how do we do it? We learn the communication style we've seen, but I'm just recapping here. Some of the skills that will really, really help you is assertiveness, practice your assertive communication. No means no. Tell it in an assertive way, not packed with your emotions. There is a way to say, hey, I'm not going to do this, versus I cannot do this because of this reason. That's an assertive style. not packed with emotions. Mediator helps sometimes, like bigger conflicts, age-old conflicts of countries. Now we still have this conflict of Ukraine and Russia. People are trying to mediate, but still it's not happening. So what they are doing is they're doing a cool down period. Hopefully something will change. Hopefully something will change. Let us talk active listening, giving responsibility. Like I told that student, if the student is very troublemaker, give them some responsibility on that topic itself. Creative way of solving problems. So these are some of the skills that we can cover. We've covered all of these mostly in our different learning sessions that we had. So just summarizing and recapping that these skills can also be used here in resolving a conflict. And most important is remembering these different styles. It will come by practice. It's not going to come today. We've learned this lesson in 1.5 hours. We've learned this lesson. Great. It's going to come to us. No, it's not going to come. It's going to take a while. Again and again, reading this, being aware of these things will help us solve the conflicts in a better way. It's a journey for us to improve over a period of time. And we've started the journey today by learning the styles, by having a scientific approach to solving conflicts. I'm going to stop here and take any questions if all of you have it. Any thoughts, feedback?
Good morning, ma'am. This is from NRC Kadapa.
Good morning.
Actually, it is a very sensible issue, I think, to discuss about the cognitive zone of our brain and how to make decisions in the critical situations. Like, it is not a easy topic to discuss actually, but you presented very well, madam, and excellently. And thank you very much for bringing this topic for discussion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And I completely agree. It's a very sensitive thing, but if we approach it scientifically, then we feel very comfortable.
Yes, ma'am.
That is what it is. Okay, sir, did I answer your question you had? Should I
Yes,
get
ma'am.
into agreement or argument? What was that question? Sorry, I missed that question.
Yes, ma'am. To some extent.
Yeah, do I have to be submissive, right? Do I always have to accept or not?
Okay.
Yes, it is all situation dependent. And we can all do it. It's not that we cannot do it. We all make the first step and it just happens for us. It just happens for us. I know it's 11:30, it's your break time, but if you have any other questions, I'm happy to I'm available to just answer or clarify some of the points that I just discussed here.
Ma'am, if you are accommodating any person in any situation, I think so. They think that they are super egos. So we can't apply all accommodation and avoiding at a time. The other persons think they are super ego, so they are so clever, so no one can beat them.
Yes, ma'am. So here is what I would want to say is, do we always want to accommodate? You ask yourself this question. Do you always want to accommodate? Do you always want to be submissive?
We are always accommodating. So, but they think that they are super egos, so they are wonderful persons, like that. But we can't apply the all competing.
So ma'am, the answer is within you. You have to take a call when to apply what style. And always we cannot see, our nature of the mind is like, if somebody is following and competing style, they are very authoritative, because that means they have very high ego. They want us to just listen to what we are saying, what they are saying, right? They are
Yes,
not willing
yes.
to listen to us.
So then what can we do, ma'am? Again, as that person, we are applying the all, we can't apply the collaborations, we can't apply the competing against that persons. Avoiding also not possible.
So what do you want to do? There is no one formula for it.
So many people are there like that in our society. So you are, we are accommodating that person also. They think that they are super egos. So they are very clever. They are very perfect too. So simply avoiding is also not possible in that persons. And there are so many persons in our society like that.
Yeah, so ma'am, the answer lies within us. How you want to respond to that conflict.
So
What
depending
style
upon the
you want.
situation.
Exactly, ma'am. It depends on the situation.
Yeah.
It depends on the time that you have. For example, we saw right in the beginning that if it is you may just want to avoid or accommodate, have an accommodating style if you think that issue is not worth your time.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am.
But if it is going way beyond your principles, you have certain principles, you have certain morals and ethic. If it is going way beyond that, you need to be assertive. Your
Okay.
reaction needs to be assertive and say, this is not what I can do.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank. I'm Anita. I'm Anita working in GDC Government Guntur. Ma'am, it's not a kind of question, but in order to understand the group dynamics, so we have to inculcate the organizational behavior. So as a part of inculcating organizational behavior, we need to implement all these coping styles, all these conflict management styles. So it is, as you said, it is little tough to choose which one suits best to the context. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us this enlightenment towards this topic. So surely we will try to implement all these styles according to the situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You very well summarized it. All right, if we don't have any more questions, I think it's your break time. And thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. It was so nice interacting with all of you. Have a wonderful weekend.
Ma'am, from TCE, I would like to express my vote of thanks for this session, madam. I am Dr. M. Padmavati from Menarsi, Kadapa. I am lecturer in physics. And today's session on conflict management and emotional management and empathy is really very much useful for current society and current who we are attending this session. All our teachers, we actually the change makers in the society, so that this is very much useful for us to make to take a decision correct in a situation based on the conflict management tips as you have mentioned, like accommodating, avoiding, compromise, compete, and collaboration, which are very much useful for us in our profession, especially as a teachers. And when it is the point of our core values, we should definitely compete, and we should know the limits of where up to where we have to apply this accommodation and avoid also. When it is going beyond the limits, definitely we'll take that charge, and we have to respond positively in that situation. Otherwise, we should not avoid, like if corruption is keep on increasing in the society, and we can't just leave and avoid. We have to take the charge, and we have to train our students for the better society. So by teaching in the classroom and giving more examples of the honesty and humanity, these are the more things we have to concentrate in the classroom to change the society. And this is, as I have already told you, this is very sensible issue that every person has different mindset. We can't change that mindset and just by simply, and we definitely will have conflicts in every situation. You have taken us from home, from person, home, and country, then you took us to the universe. So when we, in that whole universe, we are very, very small particles. Even so, within ourselves, we have so many conflicts. So in this total universe, we may have lot of conflicts, but even we have to manage with these conflicts with our sensible thinking and cognitive mindset. We have to take correct decision in correct situation. We should know up to what level we should avoid and accommodate. After that, we should take the charge and we should lead the society as a teacher. This is what I have understood from this session, madam. On behalf of all the participants in this training program, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you for enlightening on this sensible issue. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ma'am, so beautifully summarized.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Asha Verma, madam. This is Dr. Anil from CC headquarters. I have to make one announcement to all the participants and master trainers. Please engage the participants with micro teaching for the next session, and you can join by 2 o'clock for the online session next, and followed by valedictory. Please convince your principals and program coordinators, including your participants, to make it a big valedictory, because this is the last day of the program. Almost 3 weeks you have struggled a lot, and you also sacrificed many things for this success of this TOT program. And I request please also invite media, because you have to showcase to this society also what we are going to do this English medium of instruction, because it is, as a policy, it is going to transform entire thing. And yesterday, even UGC chairman also appreciated our initiative of English medium section across the state, particularly from KG to PG. It is a policy. So it's our responsibility to roll it forward. And once again, thank you all. Please organize next session at your level from master trainers. And please join back by 2 o'clock. There is a session by Dr. Premanand. And immediately after that, we can arrange a valedictory. And this valedictory, after the releasing of the certificates, respective principals and program coordinators, including master trainers, they can organize at your level. Thank you. Thank you, Varma Madam, Asha Varma Madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
Have a wonderfully weekend.
Thank you.
Yes. సార్ పీలేరు 2 లాగిన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. రీసౌండ్ రాకుండా చూసుకోండి. ఒకటి మొత్తం అన్మ్యూట్ పెట్టుకోండి. మ్యూట్ పెట్టుకోండి ఒకటి. ఎన్ఆర్సీ కడప మీరు రెడీగా ఉన్నారా? ఎన్ఆర్సీ కడప am I audible? Sir, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are ready, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Hello, sir. I've joined. I had a current problem, electricity
Sir.
problem.
Okay. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, on behalf of CC, we welcome you again, sir, for batch 3 TOT on English medium of instruction, sir. I request NRC Kadapa, please introduce Premna, sir, to our participants.
Good afternoon to one and all. It's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Premanand Malyakal, to all the participants. Dr. Premanand sir is an associate professor at the Department of Business Management, St. Joseph's College, Devagiri, which is having NAC A++ grade and with the NIRF ranking of 59. With a diverse range of accomplishments, he has received 4 major awards, including the prestigious M.M. Ghani Award and Outstanding Teacher Award from Calicut University in 2016. His expertise lies in combining IT skills with the pedagogy of teaching the English language. His research focuses on hexagonal writing with ICT for young learners, which served as the subject of his PhD thesis. Driven by his passion for education, he was awarded UGC Major Project Grant from 2015 to 2018. Dr. Premanand sir is well traveled, having visited over 25 countries. His interests extend beyond academia as he is an avid web designer, podcaster, CMS provider, and ELT trainer. He has an impressive publication record with 25 publications, 5 printed books, and 3 websites to his credit. With this brief introduction, I would like to ask Dr. Premanand sir to address the participants. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope my microphone is audible.
Yes, sir. Audible.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. And this time, Dr. Anil has told me that it has to be more of an interactive session, because last time, most of the time I was doing the talking. So I hope that all the coordinators would help me in this, because I wouldn't be able to manage 18 screens here. So the coordinators will have to help me out. Along with that, the teachers would also have to have a notebook with them, so that they'll be able to write down whatever I have told them, and maybe 1 or 2 could share a few of those things. Sir, the mobile phones are also allowed for them?
Sir, allowed, sir.
Yes. Okay, fine. So we go into the art of writing this time. Last time I spoke to you about the reading section of it, and I think the speaking and reading section of it. This time we go into the writing part of it. Now, writing part, naturally, we know that this is something our students do not like at all. And especially if you are talking for an English class, which I usually handle, they somehow just do not want to write. So how can we, and nowadays with the use of all the new tools, it is becoming even more difficult for us to analyze as to whether the writing is really the content of the student or not. So we are all aware of these new AI technologies that are coming in. So if you see the screen that I have just put in, you can see in the screen itself, you can see a robot at one side, and the robot itself is asking you, "Hi, you need any help? You need help?" So he's concised his words into very just two words: "Need help," and which is automatically understandable. So now the focus on writing is, I mean, maybe a little bit of grammar mistakes might come in, but if the content is understood by the the writer and the person who reads the letter, then nowadays it is becoming possible. I'm not saying that it is perfect. If you talk on English terms, as an English teacher, maybe I will not pass a letter written like that by a student. But if an email is written slightly with certain grammatical mistakes and maybe certain spelling mistakes, I might pass it because I can understand the content of it. So this is how the new age of writing has set in. So I was just, as I told you before, that being a physics background, I finished my BSc in physics. So I used to look into the answer papers of my father. When he would correct, I would just browse through the answers. So I found out that children are almost the same everywhere. The students, their writing habits are much less. Of course, in science topics, I think my father was also telling me that he would insist that the students write short answers so that at least they have a understanding of what it is. So I guess that because of that, at least the core words that are needed, the spellings would be correct, which naturally would give them an edge in terms of marks. But coming on to an English background, when I started correcting my papers, I found that there were a set of students who were very good, excellent. They would be getting close to 95 plus. But then that was just the cream. And there would also be another set of people who would be close to the let's say the 70s to 80s. So on a percentage terms, maybe let's say 10% the cream and another 40% in the 70 90 bracket, and then you have another 50% who are close to failure, and this is an alarming proportion. Nowadays I have found that particular gap is widening, primarily because they are not doing a bit of writing. A single bit of writing they are not doing. If you take science, you take arts, you take humanities, whatever it is, they are not doing writing. In my house also, I can see that everything is related to emoticons, also known as emojis. It is also related to using very short SMSs, very short words. And the worst case of all this is that they use this is localized into their language. So I'm not sure what you call it in AP, but we have what you call the Malayalam equivalent is called the Manglish, which is a very crude equivalent, wherein you can understand everything, but then most of the words are written in it's textured in English, but then it goes all haywire when you write this. So this is the new trend, but still somehow communication is getting possible. So how can our children compete in a globalized context? When our children go abroad, or when our children start to go to institutes where they charge exorbitant amounts to get a certificate, then that is when the student realizes that during the UG period, they have relaxed a bit, and because of that relaxation, they are not able to get the English coming out. So most of the students now go very low in their writing abilities. Speaking, somehow they start managing, because they might, if you are, let's say, interested in going in for IELTS or IAS or something like that, you will definitely move out of town. You will go to another city, and in all probability, you will have a roommate or one or two roommates who will be speaking a different language. So the common link language would be only English. So somehow you manage, and your English level starts increasing, and thereby in the speaking test you are able to get good marks. I'm referring to certain things like IELTS and OET, because both of these things I am an examiner, so I really can understand. What I found now is that a very alarming trend is that the writing people in the writing test, many people are now failing. The percentage of failure in writing is becoming alarmingly more. Now, this is naturally very good news for institutions, but for us, how can we correct this? How can we, as I am guessing that you here language teachers are less. This is more of subject oriented. Am I? Are these all subject oriented teachers, sir? Can any nodal officer respond to that?
Yes, sir. All are no linguistics, only subject.
Non-English. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, English as a language, of course, that's part of it. You have, I think it might be the same. In Kerala, we have a common course, and those who want to study a little bit more of English, they go into the core course, BA English or BA Functional English, MA English, and so on and so forth. But the common course English is generally just a pass, and that because of that just pass, the writing rate. Today we are concentrating on writing. So because of that, the writing rate is becoming very low. So how can we improve that? I will be talking to you on these terms with a little bit of English terms, because I am a little bit more fluent in English, and because of that, I'll be explaining certain things in the English context, but I'm sure this can be extended to the subjects. Maybe we could have a discussion on that. So I'm going to the first slide about what we are planning to do today. In today's class, we are planning to go into how important writing is, which I have already now explained, and then the different types of writing that are there, and certain practical examples we will see. And then we will also go into a book that I have created as a UGC major project. It's called The Nuts and Bolts of English, and Future Forward, What Next? So these are the things that we'll be handling today. So now, as I told you, the importance of writing will be will be increasing, because companies have now slowly realized that the candidates are failing miserably in the writing part. Speaking, they are somehow able to do. In an interview context, maybe they somehow practice for the interview and they manage. But in the writing part, although writing, everyone says that is not very important, but in certain sections, it is definitely important, and definitely we need to, as teachers, we definitely need to see how we can help them out. Yesterday, I went to a doctor for a consultancy, and this, the doctor's writing. The doctor just scribbled something, and this was taken to a pharma shop. Naturally, a pharma shop would definitely understand the scrawls, SCRAWLS, the scrawls of these doctors. So I go there, and can you imagine, there are about 4 or 5 medicines. Can you imagine that the lady, she consulted with another two people, and they didn't understand what it was, and they just closely marked an X mark on those 2 products. There were 4 products on products 1, 2, and 3, and said, "Sorry, sir, we do not understand this." So I said it might be for an allergy that I had on my hand. But still they were reluctant to give it in case they make a mistake in the medicine. So I understood that, you see, even a pharmacy person Now this is outside. This was from a sort of Janata pharmacy. So when I thought, I'd be getting a better discount, I went back to the hospital. Went to the hospital and I gave the prescription. Immediately they gave it to me. So just see, a writing by a doctor, a learned person, which to me also I couldn't understand. It's just a scrawl. That's why that scrawl, the word is SCRAWL. Just like this is written. But that scrawl could be understood by the person in charge in the hospital context, because these medicines have already been prescribed by that doctor. But in an outside context, that could not be understood. And this is the point that I'm trying to stress upon. Many companies now, they have writing exams. They just want the candidate to write just something, and based on that they'll be able to know whether the exams that the child has written, or the assessment tests that were done have been done via artificial intelligence. I'll give you another example also. I am studying for MBA, and there are different subjects that I'm studying. I'm sure there'll be business management teachers here. So one thing that is Greek and Latin to me is decision science. So I am not able to, I'm in my third semester now, second semester and third semester. I have not been able to clear decision science, but operations and other things I'm somehow able to navigate through. Now I'll just tell you an assignment part that I was given. The assignment was in, I think, business communication, and in business communication, I didn't have time to submit the assignment. So what I did was I seek the help of people who write these assignments. I'm sure you will know that those who are doing work studies, or those who are doing PhD and all that, you will definitely know that there are other people who write for you. So I'm not supposed to do that as a teacher. I'm not supposed to do that, but then I also fell for that because I had to submit this on the last date was approaching. What I would do is, I would take the assignment and then revamp the whole thing. I would get the assignment, at least the answer to the questions would be with me, and then I would start revamping the whole thing. Okay, so this particular scenario, it was advertised on the internet that this person is pretty good, and when I checked also, that person is also good. They would give me an authenticated version. So I paid the money, and they send me the assignment within 1.5 days. No cheating regarding that. Now the question is very surprising. The question that was asked to me was that Mysore is a smart city, and so and so. There are certain question was a little bit elaborate. And what are other ways to help make Mysore a smarter city? Now this is the question. Imagine Mysore is a smart city. Okay. Now, the answer that came to me was, in Mysore, there are lots of intelligent people. All these smart people go to universities and colleges and things like that. I was, crazy about how this person could write such, to me, nonsense. Because the smart actually meant technology-wise, that Mysore is technologically forward. And this person writes about smart people and people with intellects and all those things. So you see, I guess that this person must have put this into an AI generation. And whatever was brought out, without even looking, sent to me. I gave him left and right, and finally he sent me the money back. But see, this is what is happening nowadays. I'm sure you would have started understanding this when you give an assignment, or when you give an essay to be written, or an assignment that is to be submitted. We have every semester we have an assignment that the student needs to submit. So this time onwards, I have really started noticing that my children, my children, out of that, at least 10% have now started using artificial intelligence to just bring out something and then submit it without even looking at it. So be aware. As teachers, we need to be very aware of the situation now. They can easily fool us. So unless we are also proactive, this is going to be a difficult place to live in. And in case we pass this and the student understands that out of our ignorance we have passed this, and in case the student brings it out on social media, God help us. So this is a clarion call. This is something very important that I have noticed during these 6 months, that the use of artificial intelligence is steadily increasing. And do the students know about it? Much less, but still they do know. So we have to be proactive when we give these things. And from this semester onwards, I have decided that the questions or whatever assignment that I give would be only those marked with respect to work done in class. Full stop. I will not be giving any Google Classroom related assignments. I've been giving that before. The seminar is something that can still be done via Google Classroom or a Google Meet or something like that, because they have to talk about that. And if I can ask them a question, and if the question is suitably answered, okay, I know that the child learned well. But writing, I may not be able to catch, because I might be asking for an essay, 300 words, and there might be a section in between where I think we're all used to such answers when we correct university papers. We'll find that the beginning is pretty good, pretty impressive. The ending is also pretty impressive, but somewhere in the middle paragraphs, they have written pure junk. Pure junk means something we know that it is totally wrong, but we tend to overlook it naturally, because we have to, in the Kerala context, we have to evaluate 15 papers in the morning and 10 papers in the afternoon. And because of the timings, I mean, by afternoon we are close to dead. So we do maybe I'm talking about the English teaching context. So this is going to only increase. So how can we compete against this, or how can we get this as a challenge, and how can we overcome this, or what are the little ways that we can do to overcome this? This is what we are going to explore, and I'm going to show you certain types of writing. These are certain types of writings which you might know, you would have heard of it, but at the same time, these are classifications in English that demand a little bit of understanding. Now, just before that, yeah, I'm going to show you just one. Now, those of you who are interested may take this down if it's for your children or all that. See, a personal narrative. Personal. See, it is something close to your heart. Describe a memorable childhood experience that shaped who you are today. I'm sure you can, moderate this to your context there, but describe a memorable childhood experience there. So this can be given to any student, regardless of whether he has a science, he or she has a science, arts, humanitarian background. So it's a memorable childhood experience, and you are asking that child to write this from the class. So if it's a science batch, I would maybe say describe a memorable childhood experience that you had in terms of let's say touching an electric wire or something like that, or operating the knobs of a washing machine, things like that. Let the child write that in the class, and then we know the standard of that child. Okay, now let's go into critical thinking. Now discuss the advantages and disadvantages of social media on society. So this is critically, you have to critically analyze. The child has to say, yes, there are lots of advantages. No, there are not many advantages. There are only disadvantages. So this is a critical evaluation. So that's another type of writing. Now look at the third type of writing, imaginative writing. Now here the child has to open up. Imagine you wake up one day with the ability to fly. Describe your experience and how it changes your life. We just had the air show, Paris Air Show. Just now, yesterday it was over, and we found out that Airbus has got close to 820 orders, and Boeing is close to 300 orders. So now the problem is that India made the biggest purchase. Indigo bought about 500 planes. Air India bought another 470 planes and things like that. So India has become a huge market, and because of that, the airline manufacturers, plane manufacturers are now scared as to whether they will be able to deliver close to 970 jets to India within a time frame of, let's say, 2028. Within 5 years, they have to build this. The capacity of a Boeing or a Airbus is just 35 planes per month, close to one a month. So you see, and they already have backlogs. So this is, and imagine you wake up one day with the ability to fly. So imagine that one day you have the capacity of a drone or something like that, where you can fly directly to that particular place. So this is what you call imaginative writing. And another type of writing is also known as the persuasive writing. Here, you are trying to use a particular argument and you are trying to persuade that person to, let's say, accept that particular your argument. So you write an argumentative essay advocating for or against the use of technology in the classroom. So would you advocate or would you tell them to use technology in the classroom? So if I say yes, technology must be used in the classroom, then my persuasion should be for that. My writing will be all targeted towards the orientation of a positive, using positive technology in the classroom. Now, if it is no, I can say no, technology is not at all useful in the classroom and things like that. So these are a few of the types of writing that I wanted to introduce to you, since you are non-English teachers. So you've got a personal narrative, you've got a critical thinking way of writing, you've got imaginative writing, and you have persuasive writing. Now we have a small task that we need to do. Nodal officers, can you please get ready? I think I will need one number of yours so that I can send you a WhatsApp message, because I have only Dr. Anil's number with me. So how do I go forward? Shall I give you my number and you send me a WhatsApp? How do I go forward, nodal officers? May I have a response, please? Because Dr. Anil insisted that I go interactive. Any nodal officer, please? This is my number. I'd appreciate if you could send me a hi on this WhatsApp so that I can send it to you. And give me 1 minute, I'll just get my phone. I'm in the comfort of my home, so it's easier for me to handle things. So could any nodal officer please send me a hi so that I can go forward? or should I send it to Dr. Anil? I'd appreciate if the nodal officers could please respond. Okay, thank you. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you very much. I've got about 4 highs. That's enough. Thank you very much. So what I'll be doing is I'm just going to. This is basically a writing app. It's not a writing app. It's basically a company that has developed and created an app to to create presentations and get a real-time feedback. So this is what we are going to do. You must have used this, especially the young researchers must definitely have started using this. And this particular company, which is based in Stockholm, the Swedish company, I'm going into that so that you will definitely be able to know which one it is. So please give me a minute. I'm just going into that. By the time I strike that keyboard option, I'm sure you'll be able to understand that particular software. And but we are going to do the writing aspect of it. That's why I am more interested in doing that. Okay, so here I'm going to share the screen again, and so we're going to take a science topic so that it will be easier for you. I mean, at least for a few. I'm sorry that there'll be teachers in humanities and also. So we are going to look into something which is very clear to us, which we have all studied maybe in our 8th standard or 6th standard. It's called the water cycle. So water cycle is naturally a continuous process where water evaporates from bodies of water. Then it forms clouds in the sky, then falls back into the ground, and as precipitation, rain. And this cycle keeps repeating, and that's how Earth keeps its water supply fresh and clean for us to use. This is the water cycle. We know about this. Now, the software that I am talking to you about is menti.com, Mentimeter. So what you are supposed to do is, you are supposed to go to menti.com and use this code 22331657. And I will go to the next slide, where if you have a QR code, you can directly go use this QR code. So you can just maybe come closer to the screen and take a snapshot of this, or menti.com and 22331657. Of course, most of our phones would be smart nowadays, not the intelligent smart. So we'll all have smart tech, but at the same time, some of us may not have installed the QR code scanners and things like that. But so that's why, in case you don't have the QR code scanner, you can also use the menti.com option. Yes, I see a lot of yeses. There are about 24 people who are joining in now, and this being a research tool, I'm sure many of you would have used it, especially the aspiring youngsters and the young and the teachers who are going in for research now. Actually, I think if I remember correctly, 2012 or so, when I started my research, Mentimeter was just coming in. I think 2014 or so it came in. I'm not very clear about all these things, but now you see you have colors. I find red colors, yellow color, violet color, and everything coming in. So about 52 people who have joined in. I hope that the others also keep joining in, but for want of time, we are just moving forward. Now, this is the water cycle. Now, the question is this: Write words that inspire you, nothing else. Just 2 words that inspire you. I have written fruits, water, naturally, water cycle. When the trees start, when it rains, fruits start bearing, the trees start bearing fruit. Then there is also the oxygen. So these are 2 words that have inspired me. There comes the words. Excellent. Now, those of you who are, looking into this, please look at what is happening on the board, on the Menti screen in front of you also. See the words forming, you call these word clouds. So see how beautifully they're being arranged also. So I'm sure as you type in, you will find out that your words have been added into this. Now you have used all these are all English words. You could even use, is it Telugu equivalent, right? Telugu equivalent, which are accepted in the English language. I'm sure there'll be lots of words like that, so that your children would be able to understand more about this. Now picture this scenario. You are doing this in your classroom, in your science classroom, or in your history classroom, or in your psychology classroom. This is a science classroom. So today you're going to take up oxygen cycle or the water cycle. Forget you go to the higher levels, a degree level. And if this is a particular subject that you're going to, yes, water is a universal solvent. Okay. Yeah. See, so many things that have come in. Yes, some have written in Telugu also. So you see, the point that I want to make here is that when you start your class, when you begin your class, again, mobile phones are in Kerala. In the Kerala context, we do not encourage mobile phones in the class. So, and it is pretty strict in the sense that the director, or when it is caught, it is apprehended for one whole week. It is confiscated for a whole week. So I've got special permission from the director to use mobile phones in the class. So what I do is I use these activities at the end of the class. So that, after my class, I tell them, look, the activity is over. Now you can keep your phones back. Now, if you do this in the beginning of the class, what will happen is they'll have access to their phones and their concentration will go towards that. So always keep this in mind. Keep this activity to the end of your class, maybe the last 15 minutes, especially when everyone is almost tired of your teaching. And at that time, if you use a Mentimeter with respect to, let's say, the next chapter or what we have learned today, what have I taught you? Give me whatever words that have come from me, or whatever notes that you have learned. Just get me some words and put it in this word cloud. You see, so many words have come here. Out of this, you see words like precipitation, condensation, cloud, light and energy, seasonal changes. So many words have come in, and all these are coming from your students. And another brilliant thing about this word cloud is that this increases the knowledge levels of the other students also. They understand these words. Then you can ask them to take a screenshot of this and send it to their WhatsApp, so that in case the other students are also absent, they can definitely have a look into these words. So this is a wonderful method by which you will be able to create an interest in the students, plus also be able to teach your subjects effectively. Any subject is possible in this. Okay, now I stop here, and if there are any questions on this particular Mentimeter, I shall answer it for you, if you think that it is not effective in any of your classroom context. So the mic is open for anybody to speak upon this. I'll just give you 2 minutes, because the next is another totally different thing. Nodal officers, please, if there's a question, I'd like to answer that. The version of this can accept just 2 questions. I think that's enough for us teachers. I have not taken the full version. The full version is close to $11 a month. So unless your institution is very keen about this, or when I was doing my research, I had requested the PTA to sponsor me. So they had given me a 1-year subscription of Canva and Mentimeter and other Google Docs. I mean, those days, right, it was known as Rightly. So all those were I could take the payment mode pro versions of all these. So now, thank you very much, participants. We got about 297 answers. I'm assuming that from 96 people. So that means many of you have definitely contributed, and this is exactly what your students will also do, given them a chance to allow them to use their technology in the classroom. So are there any questions with respect to this? Please write in your, wherever you have, scribble mentimeter.com or menti.com. Menti.com will be this screen, but mentimeter.com would be the app that you need to use. Okay. So that's over. We are going to the next section. Before I go to the next section, I would again like to give you another set of writings, inspirational writings that maybe some of you thought never existed. And these are the other types. So those of you who are interested may note it down. Just the this thing, title alone, expository writing. So here, you're exposing something. Let's say, for example, you want to solve a complex mathematical problem. And naturally, this mathematical problem is done using steps. So it's a step-by-step analysis. Or let's say a practical of a particular, to find out, let's say, a simple pendulum, the frequency of a simple pendulum. So there is a process involved, and that's a step-by-step process. So the step-by-step process is written down, and this sort of writing is known as expository writing. Now, there is another type of writing called the creative writing. The creative writing, look at that, the words that I have given. The old house at the end of the street held a secret. Wow, what secret is that? Now, this is creative writing. Is there a ghost in that house? Or in that, at the end of the street, is that the house which belongs to a lady who is a very stingy lady? Is that the secret of that house? I've passed through that house once, but I really do not know. So this is creative writing. So you imagine lots of things and you start writing creatively. Then look at the descriptive sort of writing. Choose a natural landscape or cityscape that inspires you and write a vivid description capturing its essence. So I give you a natural landscape. For example, look at the landscape that I'm going to give you. Of course, these things are very easy nowadays. So I'm just going to take a natural landscape. I'll share that with you just now. You can see how beautiful this landscape is. And my discussion regarding this, I can say, write, let's say, 3 sentences regarding this. Now, I'm doing this with respect to English. Of course, you can slightly tweak this with respect to your subjects. And I'm sure your children will start writing. We just think that they will not write, but in the class, given an activity, and when they see around them that the others have started writing, your children will also definitely do the writing part. So this is another thing that I do. Now, the next writing that I'll be showing to you is the reflective writing. Reflective writing. See, reflect on a significant life event that taught you a valuable lesson, and how did it impact your personal growth? So maybe you would give this the beginning of the class, in the beginning of the, because once the academic session starts, then all these tamashas or all these things would not happen. But at the same time, maybe I want to tell you, all I want to tell you is that there are so many writings that many of us are not aware about. And these different aspects of writing will prompt the child to think a little bit and write about it. So definitely you can use the same aspects of these writing in your allied subjects. That's what I want to explain in this. Now, certain examples for writing. You have what you call word clouds. Word clouds we have seen. Now, I'll be showing you one more software for that. We'll be going a little bit quick in that. Plus, we have mind maps. Mind maps are also certain aspects of writing for a child to enhance the writing skills. And then the other two, we know most of us might be using it. They're Google Docs and Office 365, Word 365, or MS Word. So in this word clouds, we are going to the first thing, and I'm going to, you can write the URL for this, and the URL is wordclouds.com. Please write this, wordclouds.com. So here the advantage is that whatever science aspect or whatever notes that you have, you can just put it into this and create a word cloud. The greatest advantage of this is that you can make different shapes. Of course, Mentimeter also has those things, but now these have gone very advanced nowadays. See, I can make different shapes which should naturally thrill a child. See, I'm just taking certain shapes, and based on the shapes, the words are being arranged accordingly. So where is the word from? The word is just a word that is just a word cloud that I take from anywhere, and
please share the screen.
Yes.
Screen share.
Yeah, sorry. So what I'll be doing is, I'm just going to take a text, some text from somewhere. We're not going to be very specific. I'm just going to be a I'm just going to take a sentence that is presently you may not be able to see it. That's okay. And we are going into I'm going to share that particular in what is known as the word cloud. Okay, so this is the word cloud, and in this I have a blank content, and in this content I am just going to use a new word cloud and a let's say I'm going to take a random word cloud. See, different words that have come automatically. So please do try this out. It's called wordclouds.com. It's very simple. And I am not very, I think it's just a donate site, which means you really don't have to pay money for it, even if you're going into a little bit serious into this. But at the same time, this will definitely help your students improve their skills in writing, because these words can be used by them during their examination time. See, all they have to do is just look into this word cloud, and most of the important words that have been defined by you or have been expounded or been told by your classmates, they can keep this in the word cloud, and all they have to do is remember this. So this is word cloud in two different formats, Mentimeter and wordclouds.com. Right, now we are going to the next part, which is known as mind maps. Again, most of us would be knowing about this, but at the same time, another very important thing that I have started nowadays with respect to my, as I told you, I'm studying for my MBA. So business communication is the section where I handle nowadays. So you see, this is another sort of mind map. So if there is a fundraising that has to be done, what are the different types of fundraising that are there? So I'll have in-kind donations, I'll have online fundraising, I'll have grants from huge companies. Then I can have a fundraising through special events. Then I can, have a product fundraising, and I can also maybe get financial endowments from rich people. I think Nandan Nilagani just now donated 300 crores to his alma mater, IIT Mumbai. So such things, that would be a financial endowment. Okay, so now my task to you is very simple. Examples for insurance. You may please write down examples for insurance. So you need to create a mind map like this. I'll just give you 2 minutes. What are the different types of insurance that you will have? I mean, we all know that we have personal accident insurance and things like that. We have medical insurance, of course. What else? I'd like you to please write down. By that time, I'll just get the screen ready. So nodal officers, could you please check whether they are doing the work? I've got about 9 types of insurance, which I got in different formats. I mean, in different things that I could remember with my children. So just a mind map. The center you can write as insurance, and from that insurance you can branch out. That's all.
So again, your PowerPoint is missing, sir.
Yes, because this is a work to be done by the participants.
Yeah.
This is the fundraising part that I showed before, but now the center one should be insurance, and they are supposed to, the participants are supposed to contribute on their paper. Just giving 2 minutes. The nodal officers could just have a check. Just get a bottle of water. Okay, I think that would be enough. let's just see what I have got from my students. I'm sharing my section and see how many you have got and how many are there, you see. I'm sure with respect to this, you would have got life insurance, you would have got health insurance, medical, you would have got vehicle insurance, property insurance also. If you're taking a loan, I'm sure you would have got this. Home insurance, all those things. Liability insurance, with respect to nowadays force majeure is there. So floods in Kerala, 2 years we had this flood scene. So can I insure my house against floods? So that's a liability, things that are coming up. Then have you ever imagined that you have insurance in travel? Of course, any ticket you book via IRCTC gives you travel insurance, but these are some things which we do not remember. So an innovative, when you put this on the board, somebody remembers this, a child remembers this and puts it up. So, and if you are those people traveling by air, they'll definitely know that nowadays you have baggage insurances. You also have a delay claim insurance. In case your baggage is delayed by a finite period, then the insurance company gives you money for that. Of course, you'll have to pay a premium for it, but these are things that are possible nowadays. And I brought this out, just one word, and I got about 9 different possibilities using mind map. This is how your children can come up with wonderful ideas, very creative ideas. This doesn't have to be English. This is more of a business context.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Under the title of experiential learning,
yes,
we have this mind mapping.
Okay.
Teacher gives one word and the students will give all these words.
Okay.
And then all the words are grouped and categorized.
Okay.
And each category of word is given to one group of students.
Okay.
And then they are asked to make a presentation on that.
Okay.
This is one technique of teaching, sir.
Yes,
Experiential learning.
Yes, sir. I understand that particular, but I am stressing more on writing in the classroom.
No, sir. If we stop at mind mapping,
yeah,
then.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I get you. Fine. I'll go ahead.
And one more, sir. One more doubt we have got.
Yeah.
The Microsoft Word and all other things you have mentioned there.
Yes.
Unless we know, unless we learn to write something in a proper systematic way, we can't. These are some of the softwares that we can use to write and then print out and all these things. Send someone.
I would
in
beg
a
to differ.
Microsoft. No,
I would
sir.
beg to-
Microsoft Word.
Yes.
If you know how to write something, you write it and then design it in a manner and then send it to someone or present.
No, sir. There are writing prompts nowadays, and
No, sir.
grammatical
Initially,
corrections also.
Sir, initially, if we know how to write something, Microsoft Word is a tool to write, sir.
Sir, you're talking to degree students who have already learned the nuances of English. You're not talking to 10th standard students.
Sir, we are all subject. We are not English teachers, sir.
Fine, sir.
We are
but
subject specific teachers, sir.
Okay, you talk to them
Now-
about refraction.
We are sitting in a English proficiency enhancing training, sir. So we are trying to learn how to write English actually.
Well, sir, I would beg to differ because I can only give you a little bit of knowledge that I have. And you will have to replicate that, or your master trainers will have to replicate that in your respective subjects. So I can say that they can use word clouds and my Mentimeter and thereby use it in your subjects. I think that the master trainers could do that part. So effectively, I have just taught you two things, nothing else. I don't want you to go into the English of it. What is Mentimeter.com? Have you learned of that? If you've learned of it, fine. Next is, have you learned wordclouds.com? If not, that's a new tool. That's all. That's all presently for this, sir. I hope I get it through. I am not teaching you English, but based on the subject knowledge that I have, which is English, I can only give you examples through English. I hope I'm clear. I don't know to whom I referred this to. Anyway, I am just going a little bit forward with this also, as to I'll be going faster because, since you feel that this is more of a language classroom, I'm not going to do that. Let me just share this, and then but you see, I can only teach you through an English context. Okay, this is the AI language model. I just want to show you how AI language model can be used in science. See, this is a science passage that I have taken. I'm going to go very fast. This is a science passage that I've taken. And from this science passage, I want you to take a few words that you have. So this is, let's say, a classroom context. So you are supposed to outline these words and keep it, and then finally make a word cloud. Okay, so that's presently what we have done so far. Now, I'm going to one more software that I'd like to talk to you about is called Authenticate. I hope you know about Authenticate. Authenticate is basically an authentication software wherein the plagiarism is checked. If you have Google Classroom as an EDU version in the college, you will have a Google plagiarism checker. Now I'm talking. I'm sorry, not Authenticate. Now there is a new software. It has been there previously also. It's called Turnitin. Now this is also a software that is being used by universities. Some colleges are also buying it. Now Turnitin now has a very new process of using this. Using AI nowadays, because AI is coming in. The documents that a student writes, let's say, a science essay. Okay, may I ask one question to any of the nodal officers? Do you give any assignment as such to your students, science teachers, to evaluate? Do you have this in your marking section? Do you have the seminar and assignments notes or modes? That is for a let's say 70% goes into theory or examination,
yes,
and 30%. How is the mode in Andhra?
If you attend the seminars for 5 marks.
Only 5 marks for assignment and seminar, is it?
Assignment 5 marks, seminar 5 marks.
Assignment, okay. So in Kerala, that is a little bit higher. That's why I'm thinking in the Kerala perspective, where writing is becoming very important nowadays. Okay, so in this 5 marks, what is the writing that you give? Let's say just a curiosity. Seminar, you ask them questions. That's okay. NRC Kadapa.
Some topic is related to classroom teaching, and if, for example, if I explain the address in the classroom, I'll give the assignment in problems in that on the topic as assignment, and I'll ask students to present any topic physics to deliver in seminar by PPT presentations.
Okay, so presentation would be your other 5 mark component that you will be analyzing, right?
Yes, sir.
And the questions for a science. Okay, what about the history teachers? Is there any history teacher here or a psychology teacher? What would they do? I'm sure for them problems would be more in words. What would they do? So you see, the perspective for a mixed batch like this, it's pretty, we need to, I can only give you the broad outline. Like this is how it can be handled. Now you will have to adopt this or adapt this into your subject if it works for you. I never say that it will work for you 100%. Nowadays we have to adapt to lots of things, especially in the tech industry. Okay, so this is why I'm talking to you about one other software called Turnitin. Now I know that Turnitin is Turnitin.com. I know that Turnitin is expensive, but this same thing is coming in Word also. I'll just show you because they had just shown it to me. It's called the Turnitin Draft Coach. So again, my apologies to me going again to the English aspect of it, but I'm sure that history and psychology, such people will be able to use this. Now, this is the Turnitin Draft Coach. It's a very new product of theirs. Now, again, Google Docs or Word, MS Word, I'm not going to talk about it. Now, here, the student submits their writing in Google Docs or Word. See, it is submitted, and then the software tells you about the percentage level of plagiarism. We know that. Now, the beauty of this particular software is that from this onwards, you start writing. The child is allowed to write. And when the child writes in their own words, you will find automatically that the amount of percentage comes down. Now, you would notice that my topic is writing in a global context. So the 2-3 things that most of the students have to write when they go into a foreign university is that they have to write a sort of LOI. Why do you want to, letter of intent, why do you want to study this particular subject? And this definitely they'll have to write in English. Now this English, they can check themselves using this Turnitin Draft Coach. Now this is also coming as Microsoft Word editor if you have the new version. That is, if you have a subscribed version of Microsoft Word editor. My subscription is over. I don't think I'll be able to get that, but you could look into Microsoft Word editor. Now that's something which they have added very recently. Let me just see whether I'll be able to get it in my college account. This will also be useful. I'm sorry, I'm not able to get that. But those of you who have an account, could please check this up. My Word editor. So this is also very good for using this as a writing in a writing context, because you will be able to train your child. You will be able to tell your child that it's not good to copy down things. And I'm not talking about plagiarism. I'm talking about how this student is supposed to write, and trying to tell the child to use his own vocabulary and write, because soon I believe that anywhere when we go in for an interview, they will give you a piece of paper. I've started that even in my class. I'll just give them a piece of paper and ask them to write something. I can immediately get the standard of their English. The same thing can extend to the subjects also. If the teacher can give a piece of paper and ask them to, science, I think I can understand that if you give them a problem and if they answer that problem correctly, it's okay. But for a history-based teacher or a psychology-based teacher or a business administration teacher, for such people also, writing is definitely involved in the global context. So the student has to see to it that the teacher can write well. And the way to write well, the only way is to improve this is by improving the student's own vocabulary. And this is what I'm trying to stress in this writing context, nothing else. So that's all I have for today. I'm open to questions. this just a point that I noted. We've got this LinkedIn people coming into our college now. I'm sure that everyone knows about LinkedIn, and they are planning to give free accounts to our students, especially the final years. So they were asked to create a profile for themselves. You must imagine they're final year students. So to create a profile which involves writing, which involves very simple writing like their own name and things like that. Even this writing was, I should say, failed miserably, in the sense that only 20%, or I think according to analysis, some 18% of the students who were able to create a proper LinkedIn profile, which speaks volumes for the students. So we have a very big role to play in terms of writing. And this was what I wanted to exemplify to you in this particular session. Nothing else, nothing more about word clouds and things like that. Okay, that's all. If any questions, I'm ready for your questions. NRCs, please. NRC nodal head, sorry.
All NRCs, if you have any queries, please ask. NRC Kadapa, Anantapur, Nellore.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir,
Your name, please.
Sir, we are Dr. Brinda from NRC Ananthapuram, sir.
Yes.
Sir, you have mentioned www.menti.com, sir.
Yeah.
And you have referred the code also. For
Yes.
each and every time we have used the same code, or it will be differed, sir?
When you make a presentation, and it will generate a code for you. And
Each
that
and
is the
every
code.
time it will vary.
It will vary, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. One more thing that I'd like to tell you is just a general information. We have just got what you call a Google Jamboard. I hope you've heard about the Google Jamboard. This is a very new product. It's a very expensive product. It's not a simple product, but again, when you go to the details of it, you'll think that this is a very simple thing. But see, this is I'll share it with you. It costs close to 1 lakh, so it's not something that anyone can buy. But so I'll just show you certain things that I may see. I just took, and I think expository writing, and I asked the students to, I gave them the link and I asked them to collaborate. So this is the part of the Google Jamboard that we have in the college. We have only one Google Jamboard, one Jamboard. So you see, the students are contributing all this into the other. Again, we go back to the same word clouds and word formats, but then collaboration, especially on a very broad scale, can be done only using such tools which can collaborate. And also you need a very good net for this. If in my own class, if a student has Geo, a student has BSNL, a student has Airtel, some of them may not even be able to access the internet. They're not able to get in. Whereas for me, because it is the college LAN, automatically my connection is very strong. So all these things, technology depends a lot on the way your network is. And the same thing is also there in Canvas. I think Canvas in the Indian context, not many colleges use Canvas. And also now it is slowly coming in a software that we all have called Canva, CNVA, canva.com. I'm sure some of the resource persons would have talked to you about that. Not elaborating on that. Canva has just introduced this year a whiteboarding system, but it is still far from perfect. I've been trying it out. There are lots of errors that I've been finding out, and I've been putting it to them because I was one of the first 500 Canva users long ago when it started, and because of that, they've given me a lifetime EDU version, pro version. So I can, whatever comments, I just keep telling them so that they can improve their product. Canva whiteboard, I think, will soon be a thing that all of us will be using. Any other extra questions? Anything related to writing? If you would like writing in terms of English, there is what you call the OWL platform. It's called the OWL. It's the Purdue University platform. I just this could be useful for your children in case they are studying for higher studies and on the all the I'm talking about the more brilliant level of students. This the URL for this is owl.purdue.edu, Purdue University, PURDUE, Purdue University. So it's OWL, OWL. Owls are supposed to be wise. And then PURDUE.edu. This is also a very good site to learn the Englishes. Last time I talked to you about BBC and all those things, but apart from that, on a more academic level. Yes, that's all. Nodal officers. So thank you very much for your patient listening. I do not know whether I have conveyed a lot to you, but my intention was basically to create awareness that any teacher can use word clouds, can use mind maps, can use infographics in their classroom with respect to their subjects. That's all. Thank you very much.
Hi, Dr. Pramanji.
Hello,
Good evening.
Dr. Anil.
I think it's a wonderful session. Maybe all my participants has to tell that.
Yes, they do.
On behalf of CCC, it's really a thought-provoking, and you have taken 2 sessions back to back.
Yes.
Thank you very much for, even though I intimated you very late, you're ready to jump into save my all energies. Thank you very much. And please stay back, sir. Just a small valedictory function will be there.
Yes.
Dear NRC centers, I think all please invite all your principals and program coordinators and all your master trainers. Just within 10 minutes, so we can go for valedictory. Joint Director Dr. R. David Kumar Gar will be joining shortly. And there will be certificate distribution also there. And once again, I remind that all the principals and the respective program coordinators from the 9 NRCs, please ensure that there must be a wide media coverage is there, both in print as well as telemedia, because it is a very important state government policy where all the participants and master trainers shoulder this policy to make it a reality. And you are taking it to the grounds, and you are taking it to the colleges and the entire society. So entire society can benefit out of this. Definitely, yesterday, as I said, our honorable commissioner sir met his chairman also, Professor Jagdish Mochi. He also appreciated with this initiation, because as the slogan itself says that there will be global opportunities. Once you have the command over English, all your students can get global opportunities in the terms of jobs or higher education. You all know that yesterday only our honorable CM signed a pact with this IETS. So from hitherto, all our degree students can go for TOEFL training. Sir Premanandaji, it is a very important development. Yesterday only our honorable CM signed this pact. So They will,
TOEFL involves a lot of writing.
Yeah. They will train all our students because we are going for 4-year degree program. As you know, as this is becoming a professional course also, equal to professional course, and they can aspire for global higher education, whether it is higher education or it is a job opportunity. So in this way, it is a kickstart for our teachers, whoever involved in this EMI program, English medium instruction and proficiency in English. So I think, can you say something about this TOEFL and IELTS also? Meanwhile,
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
I
please.
talk to you regarding the IELTS and OET, because I'm more proficient in those things. I see TOEFL would be the American equivalent. And I understand last time when I came to Rajamundry, to Dr. Anil, when I went there. So I found out that, most of your children, most of the aspire to go to the US. So naturally, as I said before, TOEFL would be your choice. I'm not an expert at TOEFL, but IELTS would. All these involve the LSRW skills: listening, speaking, reading, and writing skills. If it is TOEFL, you'll need the American equivalent of the same word, and that would be a little bit. I mean, you'll like, for example, you say petrol, or usual petrol, and in America you say gas. So such things you'll definitely have to look into. That's the speaking part of it. And the same way, writing, definitely, they have a different style of writing, slightly different. So I'm very happy that your chief minister and all the people in the top have leaped forward into this. Thank you, Dr. Anil.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I would like to mention a few things about this entire program. Actually, it is a 3-week program covering all the faculty other than languages. So it covers both regular contract as well as part-time faculty also. So far it covered around 3,000 plus participants. So it's a huge program covering across the state and delivered from 18 NRCs, Nodal Resource Centers. So definitely we can expect some impact on the faculty as well as students also. Not only this, sir, we are also going to impart skills on the proficiency in English with the support of this Unnati program. Very shortly, we are going to start this program also. This is purely for students. So at one side, the faculty are empowered and as well as the students are also going empowered. And we are also want to utilize the service of the TOEFL training also. So definitely it will change the entire landscape of the Andhra Pradesh. I think this is one of the important state and the biggest state to import English education from KG to PC. Already, as you know, our primary education, it is trained by Infosys also for all the English teachers and other teachers also. And for higher education, we have MOU with IFLU and about 100 participants, 100 faculty members other than English, they have trained for 2 weeks at IFLU. So it has got a larger impact on the faculty. And all the training programs are designed in such a way that the faculty, in combination with IFLU and experts like you, and also some of the ELF trained people from our side, including the 100 master trainers. Altogether, they have wonderfully done 3-week program, almost covering 3,000 faculty. And now it is a big bang. So every college, definitely the commissioner is expecting to transform every college to be a proficient in English, both faculty as well as the teachers. So once again, I thank all my master trainers, all NRC program coordinators, as well as NRC principals for extending support all these days. And A byproduct of this is almost 18 colleges they have established a wonderful sophisticated studios where our faculty will be recording their live lectures also for LMS purpose. And not only that, almost in 18 centers, we are shortly going to start smart classrooms, then conference halls, so that the series of trainings can be arranged there. This is the action plan of my commissionerate and my commissioner, sir, Dr. Paula Bhaskar Garu, IS. So with this, we are also planning for so many trainings like major subjects. NEP 20, as per NEP 2020, from this academic year, we are moving from 3 majors to single major system. We're also going to impart training on new knowledge also. This is what is happening in AP across the state. So before connecting to Joint Director, I may request different NRCs, feedback from NRCs also. Starting from maybe Kakinada PR, can I take feedback from Kakinada for all the sessions? The Kakinada people may sum up. PRGC Kakinada, please.
PRGC Kakinada, and handing it over to one of our participants to share the feedback. Sir, good evening, sir. I'm Dr. J. Palandra from Kakinada.
Good evening, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir. From day one to till today, the efforts of speakers and the efforts of CCE and master guiders is excellent. With the program batch 3 ended with good outcomes. The program on day one started with Madam Neeru Singh's speech. They covered, during these 6 days, they covered language and subject, and mainly they are slowly trying to transform us from traditional teaching to theory. So we learned techniques, we learned content, subject, particularly we came to know the importance of English proficiency. Now we have some channels, we noted down the ways and means to achieve perfection, to deliver our content in English. So we are extending our heartfelt thanks to our Commissioner Garu and the commissionerate people and speakers, all others, for providing us such a good training for a period of 6 days with content, good content, and with good people. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. And I request NRC Kadapa, please give your feedback.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, madam. Please go ahead.
Sir,
Please go ahead.
so for the last 6 days, we had excellent sessions on English fluency in the classroom, management skills, and communication skills, like by eminent personalities, like starting from our Premanand sir, Neeru madam, Pankaj madam, and so I would like to mention few things what I have learned day-wise from these different eminent personalities. From the day one, Premanand sir session, we have learned about phonetic sound, especially, and the day 2 sessions by Neeru Singh madam on emotional intelligence and self-awareness, and the main take home from this session from the participants is respond rather than to react in a situation, and we have to take 10 deep breaths when we come to a situation. We have to take some 10 deep breaths and respond to that situation instead of react. That is the take home we got from the session from madam. Next, we got a session from Rosalind Madam. Rosalind Madam explained strategy make classroom more student centric and to use more English in the classroom for assessment and all. And Madam gave some suggestions that strategies like mind maps, reference lines, lesson plan, wall quiz, TED talks, and PDF document with some views. These are the strategies she gave us to make our classroom very effective communicating in English medium. And next, Sulit Politer sir have explained about one-to-one and verbal and non-verbal communication from part to part and sound to sound with more empathy towards understanding levels of other person when we are conversing with other person. And next, Pankaj Madam, we most participants enjoyed this session with Madam on explanation on hard skills and the soft skills. Like she gave an excellent procedure to give feedback, that is constructive feedback sandwich model that we'll remember in our career throughout. And next is she gave some importance of non-verbal communication, especially body language will give 55% impact on the students what we are going to deliver to the students. So we have to be very much careful when we are delivering in respect of our body communication, body language, and eye contact. And next session by Neeru Singh Madam on emotional intelligence and growth mindset. She gave excellent remedy for especially who are weakly emotionally very weak. We told that why do we waste energy on other person? Emotion means energy in motion. We should not waste our energy on other person. We should keep our energy. Any situation we should calm down and keep our energy for our sustainable growth. We should have always growth mindset. We should be always surrounded with positive mindset who have intention to grow, who have knowledge, who have mindset to accept the technologies and challenges in the current situation, current days. So next session by Muralidhar sir also focus briefly on the mindset of people, how to be ready for the acceptance of change. Because if you want to accept, if you want to see the change in the society, it should be the change what you want to see. That's it. And next session by Anita Anilpan Madam. We put up 7 C's when we are communicating in any situation or class delivery. We must be very much careful about 7 C's like clarity, completeness, concise, consideration, courteous, confident, and correct. So we have to be checked with these 7 C's before going to the classroom. We are very much we have to self-assess ourselves. Are we ready with these 7 C's? Can we deliver the content very confidently in the classroom and completely so that we can make effective classroom conversation? Next, by last session by our Premanand sir today, sir told about this different technologies for assessing our writing skills like Turnitin software and word walls to increase the vocabulary of students just by giving a word. We can make this different words from the students and we can make a word wall and we can paste it on the classroom. Like that, he explained us how to use technology for improving the vocabulary of students and improve the writing skills of our students. These are the findings and take home from the other session program, sir. And on behalf of all the participants from NRC Kadapa, I thank CCE for conducting this such wonderful program for the benefit of faculty and students. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Now I may request SR College, NRC Vijayawada. Anyone from SR College? You can give feedback. NRC Vijayawada.
Hello, sir. NRC Srikalahasti.
Yeah, please, sir.
Yes. Hello, sir. Hello.
Evening, one and all.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. And we are from NRC Vijayawada. This program is usually beneficial as it emphasizes the personality development along with English communication skills. And it is helpful for us to how to inculcate, how to perform mm, the language of English communication in order to inculcate the communication, how we should react with the students and how we should inspire the students to follow the English medium of instructions. This is really helpful, sir. And along with it, it emphasizes our as the personality development and personality improvement classes also. So thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam. Now I may request Srikalahasti, please.
Hello, sir. On
Yeah,
behalf
please.
of the participants of Srikalahasti, I am addressing this sir, feedback report. So, all the sessions we have seen are very informative and are thought-provoking and also improving EMI, English learning managers. And as a part of it, the curriculum, you have also adopted the Chinese program also, which are also very interesting at the end of the sessions. And each section has got different impacts over various subjects, various topics those are dealt are more impressive and interesting and also very learned and also helpful to improve our language skills. On behalf of these sessions, I thank you one and all, and also giving the opportunity to talk before you people. And also I thank the CCE and the team who have adopted this program and make it successful for the staff which are involved in it. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. DKW, Nellore. DKW, Nellore. DKW, Nellore, please respond. Rajmandri, please respond. Please, Rajmandri. DKW audio is not there, madam. Please unmute your audio. Yeah, please. Now it is okay.
Good evening, sir. Myself, Dr. S. Priyanka, lecturer in biotechnology from NRC Nellore. Training was very excellent, sir. Really, it motivated all our lecturers. Surely, we will adapt all the topics which were given by the eminent personalities of this training, sir. Really, we enjoyed a lot and we motivated ourselves for efficient and realistic teaching, sir. Surely, we will uplift the society in our working place, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
I request Pilar, please respond. Pilar.
Sir, good evening, sir. This is NRC Pillar, sir. Sir,
Good evening,
this
sir.
6 days TOT is very useful to all GDC faculty in AP, sir. We especially very thanks to Anil Kumar sir, host in CCEAP. The Honorable CM vision is very clear. According to the Honorable CM vision, our Honorable CC sir is working there in mission mode. We are thankful, very thankful, because it creates the global opportunities to our beloved students. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I may request Anantapur. Anantapur, please respond.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good
So this is from NRC Anantapur, sir.
Please, madam, go ahead.
This is Annapurna, sir. A very good afternoon, sir. I thank APCCE for this initiative of 6 days non-residential TOTs on English medium of instruction and proficiency in English. In the 6 days, we have learned different strategies, how to cope up with English medium of instruction and shoulder the responsibility to take up this to our stakeholders, that is students. And one thing I want to mention, sir, all the sessions are interesting. One small requisition is in the concerned subject, if one session at least, if it would have been included, it would have better, I think. And all the group activities, like different activities, micro teaching and phonetics, grammar, all these have helped us so that we can use our English effectively in our concerned subjects, sir. And we'll try our best to take up to this our stakeholders, students. Thank you for this initiative, sir. Thank you.
I request Guntur, please respond. Guntur.
Hello.
Yeah, please, Guntur, please.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. C.H. Bhaskar Rao, lecturer in botany, Government College for Women. The program is very good. We have learned many things. The resource persons are excellent. The topics are covered are very relevant. So many resource persons, Neeru Singh, psychology and benefits of changes, Anita Abraham, student-centered methods, Dr. K. Padmaja Garu have given a language teacher, and Dr. K. Vijay Babu, English for content-based teaching, Asha Verma, and so many other persons are also given excellent topics covered, very relevant to, and particularly topics on classroom communication, classroom management are very useful and enlightening the informative. I would like to thank to our commissioner sir, Dr. Pola Bhaskar Garu and OSD Anil Garu and resource persons and other master trainers are also thank you. Master trainers have given very good cooperation and thanks to all of you. Thanks for organizing this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Rajamandri, please respond. Rajamandri, master trainers or program coordinator, anyone can respond.
GDC Kovoru, sir. The program is very well connected with all the good resource persons on various issues, starting from language improvement, classroom management, and self-awareness, positive thinking. So many areas were touched upon by the resource persons who are giving good lectures on that. And the NRC TOTs, probably our group activities are very, very useful to our faculty members. Overall, it's a very good exercise initiated by the 60. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request any principal from any NRC can respond, because you took a lot of pain for conducting this 3-week program. I may request Dr. Bhagalakshmi Madam from Vijayawada and DKW Principal Dr. Giri Garu from Nellore.
Yeah.
Please, madam.
Yeah, very good evening, one and all. Really, we have conducted 3 batches. All the faculty except English, all the faculty were covered for the training. But by undergoing this training, if anyone is speaking in English, really, we keep them at a high level and we used to admire them. But now, all the government college lecturers are being trained to deliver in only English medium. So this is English medium instruction training. After undergoing this training, I wish all the government lecturers will teach only in English, and it is going to benefit all our government college students, and it is going to enhance the global opportunities to all the students. And now the students are focused only to Andhra Pradesh, but now the students can go to any place or any abroad, and they can get a good opportunity to work over there, and they will remember the vision of our Honorable CM Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu and mission of our Honorable Commissioner Sirs Ola Bhaskar Garu, and we never forget the efforts of our Special Officer Anil Garu. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now I request DKW Principal Giri Garu, Dr. Giri Garu, please respond. Sir, yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. Please go ahead, sir. సార్ ఒకసారి మీ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ ఇవ్వండి. మీన్వైల్ జాయింట్ డైరెక్టర్ గారు జాయిన్ అవుతున్నారు.
సార్ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ సార్. మాకు అరౌండ్ 143 పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ వచ్చారు. వాళ్ళని మేము ట్రైనప్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఇట్స్ వెరీ గుడ్ ఇనిషియేషన్ బై ది కమిషనర్ ఆఫ్ కాలేజ్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్గా ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అంతా కూడా జరిగింది సార్. ఐఎమ్ షూర్ దట్ మన ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్ ఎవరైతే ట్రైనప్ అయ్యారో ఖచ్చితంగా వాళ్ళ కాలేజెస్కి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత స్టూడెంట్స్కి డెఫినెట్గా ది బెస్ట్ ఇన్పుట్స్ ఇచ్చి ఏదైతే కమిషనర్ గారు ఆలోచన ప్రకారము ఇంగ్లీష్ మీడియం ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్ట్రక్షన్ ఏదైతే డొమైన్ సబ్జెక్ట్లో వాళ్ళు ఇంపార్ట్ చేస్తారని ఐ బిలీవ్ ఇట్ సార్. అండ్ ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఇన్ వెరైటీ ఆఫ్ ఏరియాస్లో మనము చూస్ చేసి రిలవెంట్ టైంలో మనము టీచర్స్ని కంటిన్యూస్గా ట్రైనప్ చేస్తూ పోవటం వల్ల డెఫినెట్గా రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ఏదైతే మనము సింగిల్ మేజర్ డిసిప్లైన్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేసుకుంటున్నామో దట్ వుడ్ బి వెరీ నైస్. అండ్ ఎప్పటికప్పుడు టీచర్స్ స్ట్రెంగ్థన్ అవుతారు. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్గా మన క్లాస్ రూమ్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ ఉంటుంది. వెరీ వైబ్రెంట్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ని తీసుకురావచ్చు. మంచి స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎమర్జ్ అయ్యి బయటికి వెళ్ళేదానికి అవకాశాలు ఉంటాయి. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ది ఇన్పుట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ సైడ్. మేమైతే మాత్రము పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అంతా కూడా చాలా హ్యాపీ కంఫర్ట్ స్టే ఇచ్చాము, మంచి భోజనం పెట్టాము. అట్ ది సేమ్ టైం ఇఫ్లో నుండి ఎవరైతే రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ మంచి ఇన్పుట్స్ ఇచ్చారు. అండ్ అవర్ మాస్టర్ ట్రైనర్స్ కూడా ఎప్పటికప్పుడు మా పార్టిసిపెంట్స్తో కలిసి వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సినటువంటి ఇన్పుట్స్ ఇస్తూ వాళ్ళని ఎప్పటికప్పుడు ట్రైనప్ చేస్తూ వెళ్తూ ఉన్నారు. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ వండర్ఫుల్ ఇనిషియేషన్ బై ది Commissioner of Collegiate Education. I thank all the officers and our JD Garu and Anil Garu, AGO Garu, and above all our Commissioner of Collegiate Education, Mana Dr. Ola Bhaskar Garu, IAS, sir. Thank you.
ఎన్ఆర్సీ పిల్లర్ ప్లీజ్ రెస్పాండ్. సుధాకర్ రెడ్డి సార్ ఒకసారి మాట్లాడండి. 2 minutes మీ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్.
సార్ నమస్తే సార్. యాక్చువల్లీ వండర్ఫుల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. మాకు ఇచ్చిన 3 బ్యాచ్ల్లో వచ్చినటువంటి లెక్చరర్స్ అందరూ కూడా మంచి స్పందన ఇచ్చారు. దే ఆర్ ఫీలింగ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ యూస్ఫుల్ ఫర్ దేర్ కెరియర్ అని చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇకపోతే ఇక్కడ మేము వీలైనంత వరకు వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సినటువంటి అమ్యూనిటీస్ అన్ని కూడా మనం ప్రొవైడ్ చేయడం జరిగింది. వాళ్ళంతా కూడా హ్యాపీగానే ఉన్నారు. ఈరోజు లాస్ట్ ఇలాంటి ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ జరిగినట్లయితే ఇంకా మన లెక్చరర్స్ అందరికీ కూడా మంచి బెనిఫిట్ ఉంటుందని మేము అనుకుంటున్నాం సార్. చాలా బాగా ఉంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Okay. So very good afternoon to all of you.
This is David here, Joint Director. I congratulate all the faculty members who are attending this TOT program, English training program, as a part of the training and strengthening the faculty development. So as you are all aware, this is our one of the flagship program of the Commissioner of College Education. So this program for the last, I think this is the third phase of training and covering all the colleges across the state of Andhra Pradesh, all government degree colleges, the faculty members, except languages, right? So this training actually planned long back. This is very, very important, and at the same time, it's a mandatory for all the teachers to go for English training. Even during 2007-8 itself, the then commissioners also planned this kind of training program for English for physics, English for economics, such like that. So that the teacher of this core subjects can go with a very smooth manner in English medium teaching. I think after one and a half decade, it has come inevitable and it's mandatory for all the teachers to teach in English medium. Right now, is the government's flagship program, and English medium as a mandatory instruction for all the degree programs. Not only all the degree programs, even maybe in school education also, maybe, I think. Right? It is inevitable. So our teachers, all these years, so we are teaching mixed teaching. As far as some even science subjects are concerned, we teach, though even if it is English medium class, we also explain in Telugu medium, because Telugu, if you explain certain concepts in our mother tongue, the student can understand in a better manner, right? But it may be continued, but the teachers should be acquainted with English fluency. That is very important. So maybe you should. I request all the teachers, you should not stop with this kind of trainings. Maybe a lot of this kind of videos are available on the YouTube, and online lessons are available and the MOOCs. Right, you can improve fluency of English, fluency vocabulary. But I actually recently have seen some videos in the school education department before the Honorable CM. Some of the students they're speaking very good, with very good vocabulary, and at the same time they're hanging with the American accent, UK accent, kind of. I don't know. Even some the NRIs who are residing outside India in UK, they're surprised, though they are staying in UK, they are not able to speak like that. Our students, the kids, 7th class, 8th class students, they are having that kind of accent. I think one teacher of English is giving training on such kind of English language. So I request each one of you, all the teachers of all core subjects, history, economics, political science, maths, physics, chemistry. So try to teach in English medium. And then first of all, as a teacher, we should strengthen, and we should equip with English fluency. And then you also prepare at the same time. You also prepare, go through some English medium books, and then the students, you give that information to the students, and then let students also speak and ask questions, ask queries, right, in English, and like this. So don't allow your student to speak in Telugu in your class. So then maybe slowly the student will come up with good English language fluency, because it is very mandatory. But outside Andhra Pradesh, if you go, the student should speak in English only, right? So that's why the Commissioner of College Education has come up with this kind of training program. Maybe this is the only beginning, is the only TOTs. Maybe you have to give training to teachers, I request the principals also go with even English teachers, English department should conduct local workshops. Local workshops, I mean to say that let us this kind of training program will localize, right? So now it's the global state level. The Commissioner of College Education has conducted these trainings to all the teachers. Maybe principals and English teachers, English departments can also localize these trainings and let you conduct for your own teachers. Suppose a college is having 20 teachers, right? So to become more and more fluency in English, right? You can conduct on the basis of this kind of topics, right? You can conduct local workshops, and you also can invite local teachers also, local school teachers also. You can also invite local expertise also, right? So like this, you come up with a team, and then see that this program should continue, this program should sustain forever, and then let our students will get more benefit out of our teachers, right? So thank you very much, and for giving this opportunity. I wish all the best. I congratulate all the teachers who underwent this training, and then I also congratulate the principals who have conducted these workshops, and then it's a very good feedback you have given, and maybe some small kind of things may be there, but that we should not focus, but we should focus on the content, right? So thank you very much, and for giving this opportunity. I thank our Commissioner sir. So Commissioner sir on his personal work, he was very busy, so that's why I came for this in a valedictory session. Thank you very much.
Just stay back, sir. Just I request our Joint Director, Dr. David Kumar Garu, to release the certificates. 1 minute. Before that, I also request that at respective centers, the principals has to organize the valedictory and take a group photo and share it with us. And you also invite the media people, and please publish this very befittingly. Now I welcome Dr. David Kumar Garu, Joint Director, to release the certificates for the participants.
చాలా బాగుంది సార్, చాలా బాగుంది సర్టిఫికేట్.
Great. So this certificate English. Good. Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Excuse me, Anil sir. Anil sir.
Hello.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, is there any provision for certificates for master trainers, sir?
అందరికి ఇస్తాం, డోంట్ వరీ. మీకు చాలా పెద్ద ఎత్తున సన్మానం చేసి కూడా ఇస్తాం.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
మీరు చాలా స్మాల్ థింగ్స్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తే మేము చాలా బిగ్ థింగ్స్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నాం మీకు.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Every master trainer will be felicitated in a grand way.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Bye.
Okay, sir. Shall we proceed our valedictory function, sir?
You can proceed with your respective NRC centers.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.